Hello and welcome to Las Vegas, Nevada, the 2025 World Series of Poker. It's coming to an end, but we've got some unfinished business for you, and it is the main event, day 2. Take a look at our sports, our Splash Sports tournament format, $10,000 buy-in, 120-minute levels, 5 levels a day, meaning, of course, 10 hours of play. This is day 2 for all of these players. I'm David Tuckman alongside Remco. Natalie Bodie will be on the floor giving us insight from down there. We've got 2 tables we are covering. We've got the Hellmuth table. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend, at least in his own mind. And on the other side, we've got the Daniel Negreanu table. Always exciting. Day 1A, Day 1B, Day 1C combined to come into today. Some players did late register directly into today's play. There's Daniel Negreanu wearing the GG attire in seat number 4. 2 Hall of Famers. Take a look at our featured table. Negreanu on a very healthy 164,000. Apparently he's so healthy he has 2 stacks, 164,000 and 143,000. That's how good he is. That kind of stuff from a Hall of Famer. It's amazing. I'm going to bring in Remco into the booth. Remco, you've been covering this from the start. You have been in and around the World Series of Poker for many, many years. Obviously, you're a veteran of the game. What are you expecting to see on day 2?
Well, day 2 is one of those days, by the way. Welcome everyone in the chat. Appreciate you all for hanging out with us. We are on YouTube and on PokerGO all day today. Little 4-hour block to kick things off. Little room for dinner, and then we'll have the night shift. So we'll have some fun with this one. But yeah, the main event's a special beast in and of its own. I even saw people already asking how many players are left. Well, let's not worry about that question just yet, because we are still in the early stages. Nothing to win, but a lot to lose, as I always say here, before we even get close to the money.
Way more appealing
it is
than
all
the others
about
yelling.
survival, in my opinion.
Americans suck at that. You know, all the Europeans and the Brazilians, they got really cool chants. We got rah, 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 like, you know, yells.
Rah, 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 yes. Grab my turkey leg and bang it on somebody's head.
Defense. Defense.
Yeah, no, I will say, having lived in London for a while, our chants are pretty pathetic. We'll do our best to lay out, by the way, if Negreanu or Hellmuth are talking, we'll let you hear the table talk. Of course, you can join us in the chat. We'll be pretty active with that throughout the day and the evening. We're going to be here all day. We've got 2 slots today.
Yes.
Got the day one and then the night one.
Yeah, more fun.
So it'll be a lot of fun.
Remco
alongside me, Natalie Bodie on the floor. We'll be changing the tables up all day long.
Yeah, so one thing to point out here right away, people get upset when we move Negreanu or Hellmuth off the feature. Obviously, a big disadvantage having your cards exposed all throughout the day. And on top of that, feature table play is a bit slower. It's a bit more tiring because you're under the bright lights. So, you know, we're going to mix it up a little bit, and the best you can hope for is that your favorite player makes a deep run, because we'll try to cycle them through as the night goes on. But one thing, Tuckman, that I love about day 2 is that you get a first little taste of some wild cards that are running up 500K stacks out of nowhere, and we get to learn their names, their stories, and hopefully have them along for the ride for many days to come.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and it's always interesting. I think from a fan's perspective, we watch this game and we think to ourselves, you know, when somebody has 400, 500,000 chips on day 2, they're like, oh, wow, they're definitely going to make a deep run. And some of them don't even cash. It is pretty amazing. Paddock in a world of hurt here. I'm sorry, with 8's actually not in a world of hurt at all versus Ace King. Just at the side, do they want to play for all of it? Blinds are now 500, 1,000 with a 1,000 big blind ante. And they're going to let it go. They're playing it safe. They limped in and then just folded to the open from Rubinski. Pretty tight play with the Snowmen.
Yeah, Brandon Paddock, known as the Mad Dog, big-time Barstool fan. He was on this very same feature table on day 1. Just fortunate enough to get drawn to the Negreanu table for day 2. So Mad Dog, all of a sudden, an experienced feature table player without any results to speak of, but it always helps to get comfortable in that setting. Oh, hold on. That's the bite of the day. What are we working with here? We got a little roast beef sandwich, perhaps. Oh, we're on Hellmuth Food Watch. I know he hates it when I bring it up, but chat, please help me decipher what he was munching on there. What do you think, Tug? Was that roast beef?
I just want to get the camera closer. I want to get inside his mouth. I want to go in his mouth, and I want to see what we're looking at there. It looked like some sort of maybe a turkey roast beef.
Yeah, it was meaty.
It was definitely a meaty
Juicy.
croissant-type sandwich.
Pretzel bun.
I'd like it if we can get a replay of that. I want to see the full
Slow-mo.
bite.
Yes,
yeah, the
please.
slow-mo with the chew.
Can we please get a slow-mo? Someone get Donnie Peters on the phone, the resident Hellmuth food expert.
Speaking of Donnie Peters, by the way, I do want to mention this is level 2 today. We have 5 levels a day.
Yes.
We skipped level 1, jumped right into level 2, so we have 4 levels of action today. 4 hours of poker, take a break, another 4 hours of poker, call it a day. We'll have day 2D tomorrow.
Same recipe.
Then we combine, and we go day 3 with the players. Donnie Peters, though, made day 2. One of the reasons he's not here, good for him. And I walk by, like to prep for the show, get a feel for the energy on the floor. Donnie Peters, I saw raking in a nice little pot early on.
Let's go, Donnie. Let's get some DPs in the chat. Much appreciated here as we see Hellmuth finding pocket 10s. My friend Roy, always tune into the show. Roy said, how many over-under for Hellmuth blowups, Roy is wondering. Tuck, can you set a line for me, please?
I will say 2.5.
2.5, okay.
Is the line. Hellmuth, by the way, in a spot right here.
Ooh.
So, a little older gentleman. We've got Sloan here. What do we know about this guy right
Craig
here?
Sloan from Newton, Ohio.
Oh, yeah.
Retired.
Yeah, Sloan has been terrorizing his home game in Newton for years.
You got to watch out for the retirees. They have literal nothing left to give. They're just going to go after it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, ICM, whatever. I'm here to play. And how about top set?
Yeah, I'll say the top set hurts Sloan here because a bit of an action killer here. Hellmuth seeing the overcard. Third club coming in. Hellmuth probably going to be cautious here.
By the way, are you as shocked as I am? Because Hellmuth said he wasn't playing this event. And I was sure that he was a man of his word and he was never going to play. I am shocked. I'm not, folks. I'm sarcastic here. Hellmuth was never not playing. But the man needs attention. He got the attention he wanted.
And now showing his 10s, letting it go, claiming Sloan might have had aces.
He wasn't way off.
But yeah, back to
min raise. I thought aces or kings. I need to flop a 10 for a big pot. But not when you flop a king. Nice hand, sir.
Hellmuth gracious in defeat when he's behind. Not so gracious when he ends up being behind.
Yeah, when he perceives there's an injustice.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
He acts like he's 7 years old
When
all
I raised,
over
I was
again.
hoping my guy would come.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you do. Every time I raise, you study for 10 seconds. I'm looking for you, not him.
I'm just learning, man.
So a lot going on here at the World Series of Poker, as always. Event 83 heads up when I walked in the booth. Event 84 heads up.
Yes.
And it's it's Sean Deeb, who is currently the Player of the Year leader in the clubhouse, looking for a bracelet. There's only about 30 big blinds in play, by the way, in that heads up match. So it shouldn't be too long.
Sean Deeb tweeted last night he got pocket 7s 8 times, lost the first one, won all the rest. Was battling at that final table all last night. They bagged up with the final 4. He now heads up, and you heard some chanting in the background. That's actually the Kerry Katz heads up versus the Brazilian player who brought a whole army of chants, which is what Negreanu alluded to not too long ago. So Kerry Katz going up for his first bracelet, the founder of PokerGo, would look so nice on his resume if he manages to win one. But yeah, like you said, the horseshoe is buzzing with excitement. The main event, of course, everyone's focused, but there are still more bracelets to be handed out as we see Kato with the 3-bet 8,200 action on Garza.
That's JJ De La Garza, who, JJ, by the way, is a poker commentator in his own right out of the LA area, plays a lot of cash games, more of a cash game guy than a tournament guy from what I remember. And he's going to let that one go. Not going to get involved with the 6s. So, yeah, Kerry Katz going for a bracelet. Sean Deeb going for his 8th, second of the summer.
Crazy.
I was mentioning this last night. It's pretty amazing. So it wasn't that long ago that I feel like I was saying, and I've been covering the World Series for a long time, that Sean Deeb was on like the top of the list of best players to have not won a bracelet.
Yep.
And 7 now later, and he's looking for his 2nd Player of the Year. It's only been done once before. Only one of the player has 2. That's the gentleman on your screen in the bottom left corner, Daniel Negreanu. He has won the Player of the Year twice.
Yeah, Sean Deeb even said that success as or success in poker for him mostly defined by WSOP Player of the Year wins. He said the main event to him not as important. So
he said he might not even play.
Yeah, and I mean I think that winning this bracelet today, if that were to happen, might get him in the main.
Well, he said he might not play the main just because of a Player of the Year tactic.
Right.
He was saying, I can play 3 other events.
It's crazy.
And I can get more points that way, and that's what it's all about for him. You know, 2 pair here for Q, 9s and 5s. Rubinski with the ace-6, Negreanu with absolutely nothing, just ace-10. So Negreanu raises, gets called by the small blind and the big blind. Rubinski gonna raise. So a small little bet from Negreanu, a raise from Rubinski.
Gotta love the creativity. Obviously, main event all about knowing your opponents, and one bit of context we often forget about is that in this case we've missed the first 2 hours, so we don't know if any hands have been tabled that might influence the decisions here, but
wow, and GU and Q lets it go. Strong play from Rubinski. Kind of protecting his equity in the pot with that bet, figuring he does have the best hand a lot of the times. And hey,
Jesus, shut up if I'll focus.
there's a chance that he could get a better hand to fold, and I don't think he ever imagined getting 2 pair to fold, but he does.
very scary looking board there. Rubinski pouncing. And once again, if you're with us on YouTube, please smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciated here as we give you unprecedented main event coverage. You got about 120 hours of main events left to watch if you want to find out who the winner is. And this year, for the first time, we also offer our paywall streams on YouTube. If you become a High Roller member, pay the same price. You get all the streams and also new seasons of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future in your YouTube feed. I know that some people are married to the platform, and we want to give you guys a chance to watch with the live chat and all that good stuff. So if you do prefer the YouTube environment, go check that out. If you also want to watch the old school WSOP stuff, that's only available on PokerGO along with all our archives of streams.
Great stuff there from Remco. We'll be in the booth here for the next 4 hours, and then we'll TBD. We're going to see what happens.
You've mentioned some names. I won't name them, but they are some stars of the game.
We'll see. We'll see if it happens. It's last minute. You know, obviously you've got a 35-day-old boy at home that you want to make sure you can get to. Fujisaka popping it up with the 4s. Again, blinds are 500, 1,000. Daniel Negreanu. 11 years between bracelets, won one in style last year, the 50K Players Championship. Certainly, outside of maybe the main event, probably the most coveted bracelet you can win. And you might even argue it is, just because winning the main event is just, it's impossible.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
That cannot be a goal.
Well, right, exactly. It's like, my goal is to go to Pluto.
Right, exactly.
Cool, great job, David.
Winning the lottery is on my list.
There you go. But winning the 50K Players Championship for a player like Daniel Negreanu, especially to be able to get off the snide, is great here. Kato all in with King Queen, Sloan with 2 pair.
Now the put's right.
And we mentioned Sloan, stone cold killer out of, is it Ohio?
Ohio, Newton, Ohio.
Newton, Ohio. They know about it. 7 of clubs on the river, not going to help. Sloan up to 149,000. And that is it for our friend Kato.
Yeah, Kato getting some evidence there for the investors, perhaps for the fans, taking a photo of the board here. Just want to point out here, Yuanishi Kato, one of the many Japanese players in the main event this year. Of course, shout out Shina Okamoto, 2-time ladies event champ, who was on the feature table late last night, couldn't get anything going, departed just before the bagging of the chips. But also, just pointing out, again, Japan is slowly taking over. There's a massive poker boom unfolding right now in Japan. I was fortunate enough to talk to some people that are trying to grow poker in Japan, and the amount of poker clubs that are popping up is out of control. I think we're less than 5 years away from a Japanese main event winner.
It's pretty exciting stuff. And obviously poker alive and well. It's interesting because I've gotten into these conversations with people about, the poker boom is over. And I'm like, okay, well, While poker, because of the online legislation and legalities, poker might have slowed in the States.
That's crazy, Mike.
It is
Crazy
most
Mike
definitely
Burke.
not slowing worldwide.
Well, you
And
know,
he's crazy.
both things are correct. You know, the boom is over,
Yeah.
but after a boom, you reach a new level, and we are now sort of cruising along on a much higher plane than we were before. So, you know, the word boom like sort of insinuates that huge new influx. Well, poker is mainstream now. You know, it's something that people play all over the world, and yes, it is hurting that the online game, especially the real money online game, is not accessible to everyone. But I do think that given where the game is now, any other advancements being made in the future will only help to further grow the game. So if this is our new floor, then we're in a great spot.
Right. I mean, and our numbers might be down from last year. Last year we did hit over 10,000. As of right now, I think we're just over 9,000. So we'll see how many day 2D registrations we get, but I suspect we'll come in slightly lower than we did last year. It's looking like that, but still, if this is our floor,
right,
it's pretty exciting stuff. A lot of diamonds out there. No diamonds for our three opponents, and this hand is likely over.
Yeah, the winner of the main event can wipe their tears of the smaller field and perhaps a slightly smaller first prize with the dollar bills that they'll be receiving. Still assuming the first prize will be in the $10 million range.
I'd be okay with that. I would still be okay with that. I am having some serious FOMO, you know, walking through the room and looking at this and watching all the players play. And I've played this event, you know, a number of times, and it's just, there is nothing like it. You heard Jared Blesnick say it yesterday. It is the best tournament in the world, not even close. And I can echo that sentiment. And this comes from somebody who's not, I don't really play that many tournaments, but this is the one that I love playing. It's so much fun. You know, especially if you can, you know, you get into, you know, late day 2, day 3, day 4. It is just, there's nothing like it.
Well, you know, I got it covered in here. So if you want to take your stab, the cage is like just down the hall.
I know, man. I am so. I listen. If I was going to do it, I would enter tomorrow anyway. I mean, if I'm gonna late register, you do get 75 big blinds to start.
It's honestly, I would say for most people, if their goal is to do as well as possible, just sign up on day 2. If you're listening to it right now and you're hearing my voice, answer honestly. Are you better with 300 bigs or 75 bigs?
Well, that's the question. I think, and this is probably a big weakness for most poker players.
Yes.
And most people, not just poker. The ability to be honest with yourself. And Daniel Negreanu, not surprising, he's going to want to play a lot of small ball. I wrote an article on him 485 years ago, I think it was. It was before the Civil War, about small ball poker and how Daniel Negreanu had just kind of mastered it. He will play as many pots as he possibly can, get involved as much as he can. He trusts his ability to read his opponents. Rubinski with 2 pair. Negreanu with a gut shot. And if an 8 comes off, this could get dirty.
A little tough drawn to the 8 with the club draw out there as well. Perhaps Negreanu also targeting a 3rd club as a card he could potentially bluff on. But Rubinski so far in the driver's seat at this table. Gilad Rubinski from Houston, Texas. Been playing poker since the year 2000, so definitely someone with experience. And Negreanu give this one up.
Yeah, he'll take little shots there where he could maybe turn the nuts. And if his opponent does have something big, gets paid off. Negreanu just treading water right now at 154,000. Anyway, to get back to it, I think one thing Daniel Negreanu is great, just the ability to be honest with yourself. What am I good at? What am I not good at? And I think for a lot of poker players, hey, if your specialty is not playing 250 big blinds deep,
right,
then maybe registering on day 2 is better. If you're a cash game player, play day 1 because that's where your advantage is. For me, playing day 1 makes a lot of sense. But you know, for a lot of players who do play more tournaments and they're comfortable playing 60 big blinds, 50 big blind stacks, day 2 might be your thing.
Yeah, but just, you know, think about it. All throughout the year, you play tournaments where your starting stack might be, you know, 100 or 200 bigs, but within a few hours, everyone is sitting on that 50 to 70 average. So, you know, we collectively are much more well-versed and practiced at those smaller stack depths. So that's also what makes the main event so incredibly difficult and exciting.
Well, it's what's so great, especially for cash game players. I say, like, early on, you say we, the collective we, most of the tournament players
Right.
are just not comfortable playing 300 big blind stacks.
But it's not even about comfort. They just don't get into those situations. Right? But yeah, it is amazing how the main event journey for some still has to start, while others, when today is done, will be 20 hours of play into their journey.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy when you think about it. I have friends that are flying in today to play tomorrow.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I think that's amazing that it's possible, especially when you consider how long the main event is, and people with day jobs and families often cannot just take 2 full weeks off.
Yeah, I'm torn on it. I'm going to be honest.
Fan club all the way over there.
Part of me loves, I know the whole
Yeah.
Hellmuth rant about being endurance. Part of me, though, it is.
Right.
That's what it is.
Sure.
I think late registration should be available, but sometimes I feel like, okay, you have to be registered by dinner.
Yeah,
Something along those lines. Like getting through day one is part of the challenge.
That's true. Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, you're running a marathon. You get to go in there on mile 3.
Right, but obviously, there is a disadvantage to signing up later. You have less room for error.
Right, you've got 10,000 less than the average.
And also, less. You can't just see infinite flops in the first 4 hours.
Yeah, good points, for sure. I want to thank you all for joining us here at the 56th Annual World Series of Poker. This is as exciting as it gets. Day 2 of the World Series of Poker main event. As we mentioned, we got a hand here. Garza with queens, Dudley with jacks. The king on the flop, though, looks to save Dudley a little bit. And in fact, Dudley has raised this, but it's a min-raise, and Garza 3-betting. It's kind of a bizarre hand. Garza, I think, relying on his live cash reads, just does not believe his opponent would raise him with a king, and probably doesn't think that his opponent has many 2-pair possibilities here. King deuce, king 3, not likely holdings. Doesn't think his opponent would raise him with just 1 pair.
Well, interesting to note here, Dudley made a 2,500 pre-flop. Garza 3-bet to 10.5, and then Dudley made the call. So these guys going nuts here with queens and jacks despite the king on the flop, and Garza just takes a little of additional risk, but he
I literally meant to call
shuts it down.
They were stuck together.
You can ask, but
Going the way you said it actually makes even more
Huh?
sense.
You're behind.
It doesn't matter that I'm behind. I was just calling you by
Call
one
floor.
chip. And it stuck
I'll lay
to
you
each other,
30 to
so I
1.
don't-
I'll lay you 30 to 1. You have to put it in.
We're already action passed, but we can call floor. That's fine.
Dudley
No, I mean, the hand's
saying that the chips stuck
Yeah,
together.
the
He
chips
did
were-
not
Yeah,
intend
think-
to
you
check
think
It's a
raise.
waste of 5,000 chips.
Oh, I don't know.
because
Bet
of
on
the
that
fact
too.
that-
No.
Because they didn't watch the chips right? I mean, come on.
Well, you'd have to call Flerman before the sand.
No, the chips stuck together. I meant to call just a 5,000 raise, right? But the
Threw
chips
in
stuck
10
together, so when I
because the
picked
chips
it
were
up,
stuck together, he meant to call.
I dropped it in and then realized that they were stuck together.
You didn't say anything?
I did not say anything.
That was last hand?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we haven't played this hand yet.
Well, we got our cards.
What'd you say?
So it cost me 5,000 chips because the chips weren't washed correctly and it stuck
Smart.
together.
Smart not to say something.
I'm not going to argue with him by the floor.
So.
Just sit over here and watch.
Hey, I didn't say it.
Here's what we're going to learn today.
Given Dudley's hands, given the positions, given the way the hand
think
played,
that
I
cost me
actually
chips, actually.
would believe him. The problem is, if he verbalized call, then that would have taken care of all of this.
Jack could never come on the turn.
I mean,
Come
he's going to win.
on. I mean, yeah, raising
sure
in that
cost
spot
me
doesn't make a lot of sense, especially min-raising.
Right.
On his stack also, he's got 37,000 chips. But, if they wash their chips correctly.
Boy, I mean,
No, I just want to point out, Dudley, these are the chips you handled for a full day. They're probably sticky because your hands
His
were
stack,
on
I
them
might have
for
moved in
10
against
hours
you.
on day 1.
right. No, that's fair.
Pre-flop.
But
it's the World
every
Series
single
didn't take the
hand
chip.
you
Does he expect the chips
study
to
and
come
look at
out of the
people like
bag,
you wanna raise.
get washed, and then get put back in the bag?
well, there's these huge
You know what it is?
dishwashers
I play a very fun
down
cash
in the
game,
back
2
hallway.
to 3 times a week. I put it together. And
I do
don't
feel
get
for him
to
though,
do
like
any of
the
that
stack
stuff. I
size,
don't get a-
the cards that he
because I'm
had,
having
the way
fun,
the hand
you
played
know.
out.
Right.
I actually believe him,
I don't
but
think the
it's
players will like
no
it.
one's fault other than his own.
You have more
It's all
sympathy than I do.
businessmen and
Whatever.
doctors and
Dude.
lawyers, recreational.
No, I'm not saying that he should get his chips
I
back.
get it.
I'm saying
okay.
I believe
get
what
it.
he is saying.
Yes,
But it's still
okay.
his own fault.
Right.
Here you
Isn't
want
it-
to try to 3-bet every hand.
No.
It's a really
Gonna
cool
be very
spot, though.
swingy for you.
The fact that it was 3-bet pre, I think for JJ just realized, okay, my opponent does not have ace-king here. My opponent doesn't have king deuce, king 3, 2-3. Doesn't have a set of
You're
deuces,
right,
doesn't have a
the
set of
amateurs hate it
threes.
when you-
So
Yeah, I
what
would
is he
never do that.
raising
Him
with?
down and try to
I
three
have
bet every
queens.
hand.
He doesn't
No,
have king queen.
I would
Right.
never
It's
do
unlikely.
that.
So what is he raising with me here?
Can't
He's
do that.
probably raising me
No,
here with a
not
diamond
like-
draw.
I-
Or
I
just some
actually
weird
don't-
hand to kind of
it's
find out
funny,
where
like,
he's at.
yesterday
I don't
paid
know.
attention like the whole day. I didn't even think I was capable.
That,
Yeah, I didn't even think, because like I have so much fun, I don't pay attention to any hands when we're playing pretty much. I'm like lost all the time, I'm just talking. So I'm like, oh shoot, I can actually lock in. I didn't even know I could do that still. It's crazy.
one time.
For those in the chat with us, appreciate you all 18,000 of you. Thank you for hanging out. Please smash that like button. Let's get us up to over 1,000 likes here in the early goings. And while you're at it, let us know where you're watching from. Main event is on. We got Hellmuth on one table, Negreanu on the other. Full day of coverage
And so I
until
put
about
together
1 in
the
the
game,
morning
so, like, I'm
with a little
always on
dinner
my
break
phone,
in
too.
the
People
middle.
Someone, a couple people are leaving.
I want to know
early,
who in
so
the
I'm
chat has
texting
played
backups, and
is
it's
in
just,
Newton
like, so it's
and
hard
gets
for me to
terrorized by
focus
this
in
guy
that game.
Sloan.
So
a very fun
you
game.
want the people in Ohio to raise their hand?
Yeah, I just want to see like Newton. Like, I mean, like, be like, yeah, dude. Sloan's
Probably
been
doesn't
killing the
remember,
home
but he's
games
walked
there for
by that game that I
decades.
put together with Brandon Cantu in the Legends room with the bicycle.
That's 10,000.
Colin Ball gonna bet here with absolutely nothing. He goes 10,000 into a pot of 14-2. Sloan trying to figure this one out. Looks like he wants to let it go.
Ball, a WSP bracelet winner, online event back in 2023.
Sloan certainly curious on this one. It looks like he might call. What a call.
Wow.
That's great. Craig Sloan, the early star of this feature table. He's got to look twice, be like, wait, do you have anything? No, you just got Jack High. My 9 is good.
Flashbacks to one John Hesp, who was unstoppable in the Blumstein year. Perhaps
Wow,
Craig
what a
Sloan, a
call.
name we
What a
have to
nine.
really keep an eye on here.
I thought for sure he had him that time after
It's still early, but so far,
I thought he of all people was gonna be the last one.
doing great.
After he called you down, but he's still not a believer and he's still right.
Take a look at one of the other rooms here at the Horseshoe and somebody's service dog. Very, very sleepy service dog who apparently, I don't think the name is Good Boy, but maybe, who knows?
all dogs are good boys or girls.
I was going to say.
Assuming gender here is a bit of a stretch, but I do love myself a good dog. Shout out to my dog, Sammy. Shout out to everyone's dogs at home. I know they're watching. Back to Negreanu's table here with the Squid Game attire. Poker, a game of life or death, obviously. Jones in the chat says, Sloan is a menace.
3,000.
3,000.
People loving it so far. Yes, we are live. 60K starting stack for those asking. Please make sure to stay locked in here on the YouTube feed. We appreciate you all for hanging out.
Please give me the heads up when you.
And the structure of this tournament, I just cannot, you can't mention it enough. I mean, even now, over 12 hours into play,
Yep.
starting stack is still 60 big blinds.
Faramon asking if Cabral is playing. Yes, Martin Cabral is playing today, and he told us he would give us 2 hours of his time on the stream. So I wonder when that's going to be.
I'm hoping it's the 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. slot. Cabral, by the way, was walking back and forth. You saw it last night. I don't know what for. I don't know what he was doing. When we finished last night, I went over and I was railing Sean Deeb, good friend of mine and just a great poker player. And Cabral just there. I don't know. I mean, I guess just sweating his own player of the year.
I mean,
Status?
Cabral still second in the POI race, as we see Negreanu with Jack-7 suited involved here.
Yeah, Harry Elliott limped in. Negreanu raises 3x. And then Elliott min-raised back. essentially, I guess he could have gone to 5K, but went to 6K. So on 1K,
25.
3K, 6K. Rubinski has flopped the nuts, by the way. We've got the absolute stones in a small blind, and this could be a lot of trouble for Elliott, who started this hand with only 48,000 chips. Negreanu
Raise.
has a double gutter.
6,500.
Actually, pardon me, it does not. He's got the straight draw, but he to the higher side of it, and Rubinski's got the absolute nuts. So a bet from Elliott, a raise from Negreanu. Just a call.
Go.
Elliott's going to make this call. This pot now 39,500 chips.
Club.
Not a club, it's the ace of diamonds, and Rubinski not only with the nuts, but as a redraw to the flush. Negreanu can still win this with a 9, as he would have a jack high straight. Elliott drawing dead.
Or you can put them like right.
Elliott bets 1,000.
On the ground. Yeah.
He just bet 2.5% of the pot.
I mean, that's a choice.
18,000.
I gotta have one.
Oh, and he tricks Negreanu into getting active.
Never mind.
Well, Negreanu's attacking
I was like, I
what he
actually
knows
need
is
to-
weakness,
I
but
didn't.
Rubinski,
She wrecked me. She took all my other chips.
the snake in the grass behind with the nuts. Rubinski's got to try to figure out, okay, how do I get value here without giving away my hand? And he's going to raise, and I think this hand is over now.
60,000.
Better fold.
Seems like a good idea.
Harry
Yeah,
Elliott
too bad.
out of the way, Negreanu out of the way, and Rubinski takes that down. Maybe a raise that didn't necessarily need to happen. I think against the likes of Daniel Negreanu, Hall of Famer, if you raise in that spot, you're just going to get a lot of big folds. GTO Wizard, beat the best, crush the rest. If you're looking to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots, and who wouldn't if you're playing poker, GTO Wizard AI has you covered. Study any situation, any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo and get started for free and save 10% off your very first purchase.
Chop it.
Hellmuth, Sloan, chopping it up. You can't beat Sloan. You can only hope just to tie him.
Exactly, and the chat's already becoming a fan of Craig Sloan. Ohio representing in the chat as well. Tuck, you have young kids. Ohio means something different nowadays, right?
Apparently, yes.
In the vernacular of the Gen Z?
Yeah, there's like Riz, and then there's like Ohio Riz.
So what is it? What does that mean?
Now, keep in mind, I mean, I'm a dad.
I mean, yeah, you're just
And
supposed to know.
I'm a, as they say, I'm a boomer, right?
Yep, yeah. Wait, are you
Um,
a boomer or millennial?
I'm millennial, but I'm saying, they'll just call me like I'm old.
Right,
Doesn't make a
right,
difference.
right.
To my kid, I'm
No,
old.
no Riz.
Zero Riz.
Yeah,
Negative Riz.
Negative Riz.
Okay, no sty,
You
no
know,
Riz.
you know who has Riz?
Who?
Craig Sloan.
Oh, he's oozing the Riz. But Ohio Riz apparently is like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's like, you're kind of like, you march to the beat of your own drummer.
Oh,
Like
interesting.
you're a little bit different. Jared Blesnick
Oh,
would be like Ohio Riz, I guess.
I love it.
Is that right, guys? Help me
mean,
out.
Chad's gonna be right here to tell you.
I don't think they stream this until like 4 or 5. I said I don't think they stream this till like 4 or 5. Yeah, I know.
Hellmuth with ace high.
Jack 6.
Garza. Leading out here, kind of an interesting play. I like it. This is a flop that's really going to favor the big blind's range. So Garza using that information to attack.
Tuck, you're getting absolutely roasted in
Am
the
I?
chat. You're getting so roasted
That's
right
not
now.
right?
Yeah, because Ohio describes something that is unusually weird or uncool.
That's what I just said. Ohio Riz, right?
No, Riz is when you have like some swag.
Right, but
So it cancels out in that context.
no, right, but I've heard people say like, oh, you kind of got like Ohio Riz.
Oh, interesting. I think
I've heard the two were used together.
Hellmuth's behavior can be described as Ohio.
Living dangerously.
I mean, I've got all the words. Like, okay, so my kid plays hockey. On the back of his school hockey
I know
jersey,
Phil is like ace jack
the coach let him. They can use any names they want.
Okay.
So my friend's my
Queen
kid's
five
best
was my
friend
fault. I left
has
ace ten of
Rizzler
hearts.
on the
yeah,
back.
of course.
My kid has Skigma.
At least I would have.
And you allowed that.
I looked it up to make sure it wasn't
Okay,
like,
yeah.
because I didn't know what the heck it
Well,
was.
maybe.
I looked it up and apparently
I
it was
don't think
fine, but
so.
my kid has Skigma. S-K-I-G-M-A.
You're living
5'4"
this.
a lot more than
My kid
0.5
is only
for sure.
30 days old. But lean.
They're not there yet.
Lean Lasagna in the chat says, in all caps, Ohio Riz is a thing. So clearly you're
Thank
onto
you.
something. Yeah, you're onto something.
Look, I didn't make this up. Okay? At my age, I definitely did not make Ohio Riz up.
I just want to make it stick now that Craig Sloan is the Rizzler. That's what I want.
He's the Rizzler? Okay, we'll make that. Let's make that nickname happen.
I have high hopes this hand.
Heads up.
Hellmuth and Sloan once again battling. And this one is going to favor Hellmuth, although Sloan does have a club.
3,000.
Not sure if he's going to stick around, though. It's just the 7 of clubs. Both these players with a ton of chips, 150 big blinds deep. I want to thank all of you for being here. I love doing these shows with the chat. That's, to me, is everything.
I had it.
But yeah, I've learned all those, like, you know, like Skibbity, Skigma.
Honestly, my kid will get to the...
There'll be new words by the time.
I was just going to say, those words will be old by then.
Yeah, I mean, my kids just turned 12 and 8. And for those of you who are World Series of Poker fans, you might remember I was actually commentating on the World Series of Poker back in 2013.
Right.
And I was doing every single day here at the in the Black Booth Mojo at the Rio. Every single day, we're going to head over to Kerry Katz's table, by the way.
Kerry Katz
This
has
is
up
event
for his first
83.
bracelet.
Kerry Katz looking for his first bracelet. This is a $2,500 freeze out, final table. Kerry Katz, Breno Drummond. Breno Drummond, by the way, is blinding out. He is in the main event right now, day 2.
It's so crazy.
I mean, he could have just registered for a day 2D.
Well, the structure sheet for this event did say that it would finish last night.
Right, fair enough. But that's always that could happen. There's always a possibility.
For sure. Katz going for his first bracelet, has, you know, multiple millions in career earnings. Bracelet on the resume would obviously mean the world. Kerry Katz, to be exact, 19th on Poker's all-time money list, 40.5 million in earnings. The win here would not add much, you know, in quotes, to his total, but that bracelet would mean everything.
We mentioned that last night in the booth. We were talking about Kerry Katz when we were covering the table 4 or 5-handed. And we said, you know, it's very important when you're playing poker at a final table to understand what somebody's motivation is. And ICM is a real thing, but if your opponent doesn't care about ICM, you have to be aware of that. And I said in Kerry Katz's case, he does not care about laddering up whatsoever. He is here for the bracelet.
Right. But then again, the fold equity might not be in the dollar amounts, but it might be in the opportunity of winning a bracelet.
Yeah, the survival amounts. But
Right.
it's just, he's not making, you know, where it might be correct to fold because there's a short stack when you've got ace-jack or something like that, or ace-queen. He's not making that fold because he wants the chips. I guess that was our point. Oh, he's betting here on the river. It's kind of a raggy run out. 3, deuce, 7, 8, 5. Spades got there. Heads up, though. I don't know how relevant that is.
Katz in the trademark PokerGo get up.
We can't just ignore those white pants behind over his right shoulder, though, can we? What is that guy wearing?
It's a summer vibe.
And apparently it's not a guy. Okay, so it's totally okay then.
Obviously bouncing between tables here as Katz gets called. Tables the cards.
5 deuce. That's got to be good. 2 pair.
10-6, 10-7.
No, not good. Okay. There's top pair for Breno. And the Brazilian rail goes crazy. On the other side, we've got Sean Deeb. You can see him in the red shirt, right in the back center. That's Deeb.
You're not ready, see?
I thought it was. That might be.
Negreanu taking the
You
time
got
with
it.
the
Thanks,
fan
man.
on the rail.
Appreciate it. Pound it.
It's great. He's just such a great ambassador for the game.
Welcome.
I mean, I've seen him do that for 15 years. You know, I still remember him playing heads up in London versus, I want to say Barry Schulman. And they had a 15-minute break, and he ran to the bathroom, and he grabbed himself a drink, and he's running back, and a couple of fans in London were like, hey, can you get a picture? And he's in the middle of a heads-up match for the bracelet for tons of money. And he's like, sure. And he stops, and he takes a picture, and I was like, man,
Is
so
he
that's
suburbs or?
he just gets it. You know, he gets the big picture.
You don't have that much time for your fans, I'm guessing.
I don't have that many. I don't have no fans, so it's easy. It's really easy for me. Anyway, I was saying though, so for those of you who have been World Series Poker fans for many, many years, and who have listened to my voice covering these events, you probably remember back in 2013, I left for 1 week. Uncle Maury let me go home.
Yep.
I went home for 1 week when my child was born on June 11th, 2013. Well, if you want to feel old, he's 12 now.
That's wild. Yeah, that does make me feel old. My first WSOP was back in 09. And here we are, 2025. Skibidi wrist toilet. Whatever that means. Once again, please like the video, subscribe to the channel on YouTube, and don't forget to join us, by the way, in the Play PokerGo free rolls. Every hour on the half hour, I'm in the mix. Donnie and I had a last longer last night for 20 bucks. I won that because I made top 50 in one of the free rolls. So maybe Tuck and I have to square off in a free roll battle later on.
I do want to warn you. 2006
Yeah.
media celebrity invitational here at the World Series of Poker.
Oh boy.
You're looking at the champion.
Wow. Did you win an iPod?
No, I got to give $10,000 to my favorite charity in my name,
Wow.
which is pretty cool.
What was your charity, your wife's shoe budget?
I wish it was. No, it was actually, it's always my go-to charity, which is children's cancer.
Oh, yeah. Can't go wrong with any kind of charity, but that one.
We're on YouTube, so I can say this, and if I can't, you can feel free. This is my last day of working. Fuck cancer, and
Yeah.
especially for children.
Oh, absolutely.
2 pair here for Negreanu, and this is why he does this. Plays as many hands as he possibly can. I mean, Queen 5, offsuit out of the small blind, not recommended to most of you. But I get the feeling Negreanu wants to play as many hands as possible. Oh, bad river, and you can see Negreanu shaking his head, yeah.
Queen 5.
Yep. He knows. He knew right away when the 4 came out.
Wow. Tough sledding for Negreanu here early on. Down from 150 to 102. Main event, never easy.
He knows exactly where he's at. I mean, he had his opponent dead to right. Then he sees the 4 come off, and he immediately shakes his head. He knows he's dead. He knows he's up against an ace. New player at this table, by the way, Joel Isla. Not sure if he is a day 2 registration because he has 60,200, or if that's just how much he has. PokerStars EPT is back. Well, it never went anywhere, but we've got 3 more stops for you in Europe. In August, we'll be in Barcelona. In October, Malta. And then in December, one of my favorite European cities, they'll be there in Prague. If you have never been to Prague, you should go. It's an amazing, amazing city, and honestly, no better time to go than around Christmas. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Basically, word for word, what I said last night, EPT Prague. I think I did that event 8 years in a row. Always a good time, fantastic food, great bars to go to, and awesome poker action as well. Q with King Jack, decides to just let it go. Rubinski limping in with ace 3. You're still going to see tons of multi-way action in this stage of the main event. Open limping, though, not something that is all too common, but Rubinski has been successful so far early on, and I guess he just wants to see as many flops as possible.
Yeah, I think if there's an event that you could probably make it work, it might be this event. I think it's important to kind of stay flexible and be able to zig when they zag, and you know, sometimes you're limping in, sometimes you're not. You know, Dominic Nietzsche, great poker player, obviously, is put a lot of hours into the limp strategy, and I think there's certainly a merit for it at certain tables. Not suggesting that it's perfect at this table or not, but those green chips that Negreanu is playing with, those are 25,000 each. Red ones are 5K, yellows are 1,000, purples are 500, and the blacks are 100. We will stay on top of the Player of the Year race. We mentioned Martin Cabral, who is playing today. Sean Deeb playing for a bracelet today. And then, of course, Benny Glaser. It is Deeb, Cabral, Glaser. They are 1, 2, 3, and it is oh so close. Cabral does have chips in the main event. It came into day 2 at about 160,000 or so.
Don't forget about Scott Bowman.
No? Yeah, he's a player, too. He is in close. He's 4th place there. And frankly, really everybody in the top 10, top 15 is still in the mix. I mean, Negreanu is 9th right now in Player of the Year points. Nick Schulman, maybe you've heard of him. He's 7th right now. If any of these players have a really deep run in the main event, they can pull a Greg Merson.
Yeah, win and in. Merson winning the 10K 6 max back in 2012, and then went on to win the main.
Thank you.
He pipped Mr. Phil Hellmuth. Hellmuth would have won that POI if Merson had not won the main.
7 or 8 now? The bracelet.
7.
7.
Yeah, really, it's the only thing missing from Hellmuth's resume.
And some
A lot
grace.
of seconds.
You've had a lot of runs this year, right?
The most seconds.
Did you have like
12, I think.
5 or 6 final tables this year so far?
Yeah. So a lot of close ones. And this one then.
By the way,
While we're here.
I don't care finish second for you.
Huh?
I don't care finish second for you.
You don't mind? You take the money? Stanley Kesef? You don't speak Hebrew?
as I was going to say, free roll starting in 14 minutes on playpokergo.com. Sign up right now, play for free, play from anywhere in the world.
songs.
I'm registered, I'm in there, trying to make
Can't
it
sing
happen.
it on here.
Playpokergo.com, come hang out.
I love it. You're legitimately
know.
registered. You're going
I'm
to play this. This is
25.
awesome.
Tuck looks over at my screen, thinks that I'm joking. I'm legit in
No,
there.
no, 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 no.
You're amazing at multitasking. Look at you.
Yeah,
That's very impressive.
That's the difference between the millennial and the boomer, I think. we've grown up with it. How old were you when cell phones were invented?
No.
48. I remember when I was youngish. I was a teenager or something, and cell phones were around, and I was kind of like, but they were
Not
just
yet.
so unreliable.
Vodka Red Bull's
And I
got
was
you
like, what's the
frisky?
point? I
Not
was
yet.
like, they never work.
Not yet.
I mean, the first cell phones were just for
Yeah.
calling.
It makes me frisky.
Really? Vodka Red Bull?
Yeah.
My dad had
Make
a
everyone do it.
friend that was
Everyone do it
particularly
around.
wealthy who had a cell phone
No, I don't
that I
drink.
kid you not
Dang it.
was the size of a
I don't
brick.
drink.
Oh, yeah.
It was enormous.
It's a good.
Oh, I quit doing that in my 20s. I used to do Vodka Red Bull. Dangerous.
I like it because I can just, I sip on it, like gets you the Red Bull, gets you
I don't drink,
a little vodka in there.
and I like it.
I hate it when they give you the
Not
one
even
that
beer.
tastes like gasoline though. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I wanted it for the Red Bull, not, a pint of vodka in here.
Yeah, or you gotta get better vodka.
Yeah,
Get
true.
Minimum Tito's, I think.
The cheers in the background, either pro Sean Deeb, who's got a really big rail there, Matt Glantz, Josh Aryeh, Crazy Mike, Ite,
Thank you.
all there, Cliff Josephy, are all there cheering on Sean Deeb. He has a lot of respect in the poker community. Just a well-liked guy looking for his second bracelet of the summer and his 8th of his career. They're there, and then of course the Brazilians, who are always loud. You love that.
Kerry Katz also with a huge rail.
Yeah.
Shout out Richard, RB, his daughter Mackenzie on the rail, Sam Simmons in the house. I believe Kerry's wife is here as well.
Are they as loud though? I know they love him. They're cheering him on. Are they as raucous as the Brazilians?
I think they're just waiting for him to close it out.
Okay.
For the big
Just me
celebration.
and you, right?
By the way, big one here developing.
This is
potentially.
it.
behind.
I'll call it.
Look at Rubinski.
Yeah, I think I'm losing.
Yeah, I mean, it's blind on blind,
I'm not.
ace on ace. It's a hand that just plays itself, and Paddock is all in. That is Brandon Paddock.
The Mad Dog.
One chip.
Mad Dog looking to survive,
Yeah, he has
and
6,000.
66% of the time, he'll take a seat back. 25,000 in the
Ace queen, you
pot,
got
so
ace
this could
seven.
get him healthy.
And hearts. He's got hearts.
Suited.
He has 2 suits though.
Two flush draws versus one. Rubinski way behind in this
and
one.
diamonds.
I love covering two tables like this, just be able to go back and forth and constant.
Just careful with that flop,
Highlight
because when
shows.
your arm hits the muck, I don't want anything goofy to happen, you know? Right? Like, pretty close to the muck, it happened.
Why don't put it over there? Just don't open. Put it here and don't open.
Mad Dog standing up. He's got his signature hot dog shirt on. There's the ace. Only one heart out there. So far, ace queen in very good shape here. Rubinski down to 16%. Heart for a sweat.
That'd be fun. Always rooting for the sweat.
There it is. There's your sweat. We also have some chop outs now,
Why
by
is
the
it
way.
never easy, man?
3 or a 9 would chop it up. That'd be a pretty bad beat for Paddock. 7 or a heart, and he's out. 8 of spades, safe, and the ace queen doubles up. Paddock back up to 25 big blinds.
How much you have
Rubinski
behind?
down to 160 big blinds. What will he do?
Poor guy.
Yeah,
Like
no, it
12,
wasn't a
12
ton.
something.
Yeah, it was like, I think I had 14 all day, maybe.
14.
14.
You have
No, it's
10,
12,
1.
12 something.
10-1.
Thank you all so much for tuning in, by the way, on our YouTube feed. Our exclusive
I mean, I had
PokerGO
to sweat it
coverage
to the very
starts
end, man.
on day 4 of this tournament when we reach the money, and the stacks will be well over $1 million. You'll have
Yes.
day 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah,
8,
hearts
and
would've
2
been
days
right
at the
through my
final
heart.
table exclusively on PokerGO. So that's 7 full days of action, probably averaging about 12 hours a day. So you
Got a
better
little-
quit your job,
little
leave
life
your
back here.
girlfriend, make sure your dog is well taken care of,
Yeah,
because
One round.
it's poker time.
Yeah, I'll do a round if everyone does, but it seems a little crazy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I
At the
said
end
it
of
seems
the day.
crazy. Daniel won't do it. It's definitely fun. It's a bad idea. Someone's gonna have a heart attack.
At the end of the day, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
That was the big blind special there.
Or for
I
the-
saw that small
for a
blind?
second.
All right, yeah, small. I had to move there. Yeah.
I'm loving the GG matching Squid Game hoodies.
It is a choice.
I'm kind of liking it.
Thank you.
Negreanu down to about 105 big blinds. Has not had a good start to day 2, but plenty of chips.
Shout out, by the way, to Maury in the PokerGo YouTube chat, gifting 50 PokerGo YouTube memberships to the people in the chat. That is pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Carrie, it was like, I was at like 12, 13. Oh, yeah.
8 high flop. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Set over set. We got a set over set situation, and these players are deep. Rubinski with 157,000.
3,500.
Q with a set of 3s is in jail right now. The only hope for Q is that maybe it comes out with another spade and the action gets slowed down. A nightmare situation.
Is Rubinski going to have 500K in the next half hour or what?
He might have 250,000 depending on how this hand plays out.
But he's just been in every hand and winning most of them.
That was a little.
Yeah, remember he flopped the nuts with the 9-7 against the queens. Won a big pot there. And then here, set over set. And Q is not going to slow down. She is going to raise right away.
19.
Depending on how these players play it, this could get really ugly really quick for Gion Q.
The Brazilians in the background, by the way, chanting as always.
Yeah, that does not bode well for Carrie Katz.
What event is that? What event?
And Rubinski's going to take it upstairs.
What event?
This is going to be a nightmare. I thought maybe if these players would slow play it a little bit, you get a spade on the turn and that slows things down, especially if it's like the 4 spades, 6 of spades, something like that. But once Ji-Yoon-Kyu decides to raise and Rubinski has 3-bet, it is hard to imagine a scenario where the chips don't go in and their cards are on their back.
They're still so deep. It's disgusting to get it all in here.
Now you flop a set though. What do you do? What are you going to call 55 and then are you going to save your last 40?
I know there's no right approach for her that doesn't result in her not getting all in. But it's just disgusting when you think of the amount of actual chips that are going to be in the middle here.
At the end of the day, though, it's just 100 big blinds. You know, for cash game players out there, set over set situation, you're going to lose 100 big blinds. It's just pretty common.
It's the main event, though. Your tournament life is worth so much, and here comes the shove.
Set over set. Rubinski is in great shape. Ji-Yoon-Kyu looking for the 3 of clubs. That is it.
Wow. All right, chat. Is it out there? You can see it on the screen. It's a live out. The 3 of clubs is in the deck. It is available.
Big blind. Wow.
Nice call.
What a nightmare here. This pot, 235,000 chips. Set over set. This is how you build a stack at the main event, or really anywhere. 10 of spades, and that would have been one of the cards. Had they slow played it a little bit, maybe all the chips don't go in.
The chat is asking for a 3. Q is hoping for a miracle.
Not going to happen. 4 spades out there, so yeah. Had this been slow play just a little bit, she actually doesn't lose much at all. Instead, it all goes in on the flop, and Ji-Yoon-Kyu has been eliminated midway through day 2. And Rubinski, that is Gilad Rubinski from Texas, now up to 280,000 chips. That is 280 big blinds, folks.
Absolutely unbelievable. That is the kind of stack that would be comfortable cashing this tournament. The road to that is still quite long, but for some players in the main event, it's just their time. And it would be no surprise to me if someone like Rubinski just now goes on an absolute tear and bags like a million chips or something.
Big blind though.
Yeah, you never know. It's crazy stuff as we look over at the Phil Hellmuth table. Hellmuth involved in this one.
Cherise Corfel with ace-queen, just joining the table from Chandler, Arizona. She just sat down.
Remco on it, I love it. Hellmuth open-ended, Corfel with a gut shot. Corfel with just 17,000 chips. Bets 2,400. Hellmuth calls. Hellmuth in position. And a blank on the turn might be enough for her to just give up. How many more chips does she want to put in this pot with just ace high? The power of position.
Check.
Hellmuth checks back.
Ooh,
and gets there. He gets there, the gin card. I mean, I was about to say, why check back? Why not get her to fold an ace? But let the ace hit and just get there.
Hellmuth now with Broadway.
He's got the absolute stones.
I made it.
Snap call from Corfel. Hellmuth gets value and trending upwards, closing in on 200,000.
Clean, I guess.
Yeah, Hellmuth now with a 3 times starting stack at 187,000 chips. Corfel down to just crumbs over there. She's got about 8 big blinds. Going back to that last hand, I think a lot of times, you know, poker players, we
If you bet like 3,000 or 4,000, I have to call, you know. If you move in, I fold, but.
By the way, final minute to sign up for the free roll. It's starting right now. If you want a fun and free way to play online poker, Deal yourself in over at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. The 1 million gold coin free roll happens every hour on the half hour. Almost 600 players in there right now as we speak. Me, one of them. My top result so far, 50th. Let's see if I can do any better. Thank you all so much for joining. Let's have some fun every hour. Join us in the free roll.
But I'm really.
I do want to ask you, Tuck. Hellmuth with 187,000, to me, is the equivalent of any other player with 80,000 at this point. Hellmuth just, excuse me, I should go the other way. Any other player having 500,000. Hellmuth is going to sit on those chips and guard them with his life as we go deeper in this tournament. He takes no risks.
I mean, he understands the game of survival. He understands that the task at hand is bag and move on. Bag and move on. I can't win the tournament on day 2. I have to make day 3. I've got to make day 4. I've got to make day 5. Oh, and, you know, we've obviously seen
No, you're fine.
in the past, you know, Helmuth is great at playing against recreational players. So is Daniel, for that matter.
1,000%.
You know, you wonder, as the field...
Yeah, if I do it again, keep reminding me, because for me, it's like in cash games, you like put your
as
big
the field
chips
gets
and you
smaller,
don't, like if I had 5Ks in
and
one case, I feel like this, so you're not.
The better players
throwing it
move
in the
on,
mix,
and
you
the
know?
recreationals start to fall away, and the tables get a little tougher.
Yeah,
Where
do
does
it again,
Hellmuth
remind
go
me.
there?
Not intentional.
You know, from a technical point of view, I mean, clearly the white magic, all that, he obviously knows what he's doing. The results are there.
Sure.
But I'm not sure he is GOT Wizard approved.
Well, the big thing that Hellmuth has as an advantage is we see Corful all in with Ace King.
You might be from Canada.
Ace King, King
but
10.
No one at table's rooting for you. No one.
It's fair.
Even you would say it's fair, right?
That's true. That's 100%.
Corful, by the way, part of the Royal Rebels Poker League. Shout out to the Royal Rebels. We're watching and cheering her on.
I didn't
See if
put
she
it
can
that
survive
way.
this.
Just this hand, not.
I mean, she has 6,500. She has the best hand.
Yeah. Feels like just.
A very small stack against Rock.
Poker's not adjusting.
Yeah, this is just 6.5 big blinds.
Yeah, and she found aces at the right, or Ace King at the right time to try and survive.
I even managed to say that.
$800 tournament, and I made it because I spiked a guy's pair of aces with a king.
All fun.
The flop, there's an ace. Pretty good start. Only running cards will eliminate Corful.
It's a good start for her.
See if she can get back up to 15 bigs. She can. She's going to win this one. Full double up for Corful. And then some. Yeah, I mean, I think your point is well said, because if you compare her to, like, let's say Alan Keating, which is obviously the complete stark difference, right? The other side of the coin. Give Alan Keating, he might build up 500,000 chips and lose them all in a level.
Exactly.
You know, Phil Hellmuth's not going to do that, generally speaking. He's going to play it on a more
people don't
cautious
say
level.
that for fun, for spiciness, you know.
I mean, how many players aren't betting the king-queen?
Yeah.
Don't want to check you on the turn. It's like, no.
I'm telling you, Hellmuth is going to make a run this year.
You think so?
This big stack this early.
Yeah, Canadian's going to do that every time.
Well, when you say a run,
Don't you know?
what?
Day 5.
Oh. You think day 5?
Absolutely. I've
Even a
seen
part of him
Hellmuth
was
grind
rooting for, but
9 big blinds
only
for
one or
2
two
straight days.
1%.
He's got
Only
187
1%.
bigs
Not
right
even
now.
1%?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You're trying to bait me into something here.
No, I'm not.
Well, he was complaining that this was an endurance test. And I think a lot of people thought it was quite interesting that he would complain about the main event being an endurance test, considering he hadn't made it past
Sometimes it
day 1 in
happens to
years.
me.
Well,
Sometimes it happens to
we'll
me
see
where
if
I have
this
like
is
300K
the
and the other
year that
person's
it
on
is an
for like
endurance test for
6K,
him.
and I'm still rooting.
Are you one of those guys that like oh, I'll lose this one, so that the big one and you're gonna win?
I kinda, right. Or I'm kinda rooting like 90%. I'm just saying, you know, I'm still rooting
Okay, I'll keep that in mind later on.
95% for myself. I said,
I'm the prettiest one at the table.
now I said,
That is
now Canadian, if you're gonna remember that later, I said if I have 300K and they have 6K.
Yeah. Okay.
I did.
The people in the chat, are you hoping for a deep run of Mr. Phil Hellmuth, or would you prefer to just not have to deal with his antics for the next couple of days? Personally, I think he's a great draw. I think he does some crazy out-of-line stuff, both in his plays and in the way he talks. So I'm all for
nice hand, Craig.
The Hellmuth deep run. And Craig Sloan.
I mean, listen, if you love poker and you want the game to grow,
Hellmuth
making a deep run is net positive. There's really no argument against that.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you don't like him personally. I know he can be a polarizing
So
figure.
do you
don't
watch
want to root for
football
him,
or
but from a poker perspective, it's
So you're a what?
win-win.
We're back.
Lions fan. Wow, great year for you
No,
guys.
I told her we don't blame her for that.
What'd you say, sir?
I said great year for the Lions.
Yeah, absolutely. Last two.
Yeah.
Hopefully a third year in a row.
See, I'm a Bills fan, so we're going to play
I love
guys
your
in the Super
coach.
Bowl.
I love your coach.
Oh, absolutely. Campbell's great.
Yeah.
Charisse, I'm a Packer fan. Does that matter?
No, not last year, not the year before, or this year either.
Oh, my God. Wow. Wow. What about the 40 previous years?
Wow.
You guys have kicked their butts.
Jeez. I'm a Packer fan too.
Yeah.
It's been hard to be a Lions fan.
Just listening on the table
What's
chatter
the point
there.
of being a fan if you're just going to be a fan of a good team? The payoff comes and it's like, well,
It's funny how all these people have come out of the woodworks now to be a Lions fan.
yep. And you're like, no, trust me, it sucks. You guys will hate it. We're just misery, pain.
Seeing some people in the chat asking about the free roll password. There is none, and it also just started, so you missed it. Every hour on the half hour, playpokergo.com, there's a free roll. There's no password, you can just enter. Brian Spring with the $10 donation into the coffee fund, much appreciated. He says, no day 2 Martin Cabral stream. This is embarrassment, not like that. Thank you, Brian, for all the Cabral cliches in there. Cabral possibly potentially featured later on. Let's hope he makes a deep run so we can show off some of his antics when it really matters. But yeah, he is still cruising out there. He's got a big stack, and we'll make sure to send Natalie Bodie his way at some point. Poor Natalie Bodie, by the way, having to deal with that guy. By the way, Tuck, I asked you whether you want to see Hellmuth make a deep run. The interesting part is that in the chat, there are people that are tuned in specifically because they want to see Hellmuth lose, because that gets him going with some antics as we look at the Negreanu POI banner here.
And Negreanu still the only player to have won the Player of the Year twice. He very briefly had it 3 times.
Oh my God, that was...
He had it 3 times. He thought he was a 3-time winner for maybe a few hours.
Right.
Until they figured out that the scoring system had been messed up a little bit, and he did not, in fact, win. 8-time bracelet winner, Dan Negreanu. No, 7, I'm sorry. Almost got 8 this year. He finished runner-up. I remember when he won his second World Series Poker Player of the Year, I was actually commentating on his event. He needed to final a table at an event just outside Paris.
He's taking a picture of that.
And he ended up winning it, so he did it in style. But he held it up, and the bracelet, he was so excited, and he goes, you know, Hellmuth, I may never get 15 bracelets at the time, whatever it was he had at that moment, 14. He goes, I may never get that many bracelets, but I've got to play. I got a couple of Player of the Years, and you don't.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that's missing from Hellmuth's resume, and the year that Greg Merson won the main event, Hellmuth got really, really close back in 2012. But yeah, the year that Negreanu thought he won it, 2019, it was Robert Campbell who ended up with the honors.
3,000.
Raised 3,000.
Campbell, Australian, right?
Absolutely. Winning 2 bracelets that year. The 10K stud 8 or better, and the $1,500 deuce to 7 low ball.
Zolkowicz with the Cowboys. That is Amit Zolkowicz.
8,500.
Cherise Corfel, by the way, Tuck, just so you know how to address her going forward, goes by the Queen.
The Queen?
Yes.
I like that, okay.
3,002 change.
Zolkowicz not going to get any action.
Oh, I couldn't beat him this time.
I will say, as far as day 2 table draws go, I feel like Negreanu and Hellmuth got pretty good draws.
Yep. Yes.
I mean, these are not, you know, it's not filled with a bunch of 27 to 33-year-old Euros.
Well, you know, Tristan Wade, co-commentator, bracelet winner, good friend of mine, his table is ridiculous. He is seated with Kevin McPhee.
No, he got it back.
Kevin
though.
McPhee, he has Eugene Kechelov, he has EPT winner Antonio Buonananu, and then he also has, let me see, Charlie Hook at his table.
Wow.
And he's texting me and he said, every single hand is a contested 3-bet, 4-bet.
They raised 3-bet. Yeah, they're fighting for it. Very, very different feel. I mean, Hellmuth's table, especially, it would not surprise me at all if Hellmuth ended as long as that table kind of stays the same.
Yep.
And we don't get any really change in dynamic, a new player coming in. It would not surprise me at all if Hellmuth, almost risk-free, ended up with 300,000 pretty quickly. He is at a dream day 2 table right now. Not a slight on those players. It's just, you've got recreational players and you've got professionals, and I don't see many. Compared to the table of death, we called it yesterday. Ben Lamb's table yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Darren Elias.
Brutal.
Anton Wig. I mean, and then we're like looking, going, oh, wait, this guy's great too, and this guy's great too. And even the guys we thought were recreationals were clearly players.
I mean, and to add some spice on top, we had the always angry Eric Afriat, and he was playing extremely out of line.
But Afriat's a WPT champion as well.
Yeah, I know. This is a crazy table.
I mean, if the recreational at the table has $5 million in live earnings and has won a WPT, that's not a good table.
Yeah, I know.
9s versus 10s, but it's Paddock, who is 3-bet. I don't get this. I don't understand. You've got 25 big blinds. Why are you putting your tournament life on the line with 8-6 offsuit?
Yeah. Well, he folded, so.
He's got the Brazil flag.
Okay, that makes more sense. So our graphic was wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, why would you, with 8-6, you've got 25 bigs, you're not dead yet. What are you doing?
Especially the Brazilians would be like,
Joel Eisler lets it go. Rubinski takes it down. Rubinski staying strong on 289,000. Now, Rubinski, by the way, might be an amazing player. I just don't know.
Right.
So far, an hour and a half in, the deck's just hit him in the face.
Yeah, he's been crushing.
I mean, set over set, and he flops the nuts with 9-7. So,
shout out Martin Isles for the $5 donation in the YouTube chat. He says, Ultimate Fantasy Table. Tuck, please add names to this list. Hellmuth, Phil Locke, Martin Cabral, Tony G, and who else do you want in there to watch? That's a talkative table. Oh, my God. I'm getting a headache just thinking about that.
I mean, do we really need Cabral and Tony G?
Oh
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't get the Cabral love. I don't get it. I listen, to each their own.
Right.
I know he's a polarizing figure.
Right.
And I'm not like the people who love him. Great. I'm glad you love him. Okay.
Right.
I don't get the Cabral love. I commentated on Cabral 10 years ago.
Yes.
World Series of Poker Europe's in Rosvedov. I mean, I've been commentating on this guy for a while, and I couldn't stand his antics back then. Now, listen, if he was just talking, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's the rain delay that I just can't deal to slow down. I don't want to get 12 hands in. Like, talk, but play.
Right.
The banter is fine. I just can't deal with the slow play. So Cabral would not be on my dream table. But if that's the table, I got Tony G, who's trash talker. I got Cabral.
You blame me if
you got Negreanu and Hellmuth, right?
Phil Locke and Hellmuth.
Okay, Canadian.
Phil Locke was brilliant. I love him.
Canadian. It felt like he's being a little bit mean for a Canadian.
Dudley, by the way, all in for 27K with 5s up against
Canadian
Rock.
Can be nice.
This hand, Dudley made it 2,400. Sloan called Rock 3-bet, and then Dudley just jammed with the 5s.
He needs help here. Running spades, running straight cards.
4 spades
4 or 5.
for the ultimate sweat.
Yeah.
Right?
It is what it is.
57,000 in the pot.
Oh, you had a 7 of spades? Now
He
it's
picks
just
up
a 5.
no additional equity, and now just a 5. 5 of hearts or 5 of clubs. He'll take either one. Otherwise, he will exit stage left.
Uh-oh.
3 of clubs, not going to happen.
Good playing with you, sir.
Good playing with you, sir.
I mean, if we're going to go down this road, how many players do I have left on my dream table?
You can add 2.
I can only add 2?
Yes. Shorthanded, actually. 6 max.
Okay,
I made that up, but
I'm going to go Sean Deeb.
Oh, wow.
Good when I first sat down.
I mean, why not just keep going with the trash talking, right?
That's a good choice.
And
accident.
Jennifer Tilly.
I had him beat anyway.
Oh, yeah, that's a good way to balance it out.
I mean, I need,
There's been Jack on the turn quite a bit.
What happened?
Not a great number of times.
Oh, come on.
Weird.
Come on.
All he's got to do is
I made
announce
quads.
his bet.
I came 6-6 king. I had jacks. I
That's
came
when I
jack.
came to the
Yeah,
table. You had
I was in that hand. I was in that hand. No, you flop the jack, right?
Look at this.
Flop
This
the
is
jack.
the
Go.
talking
No,
table.
that's
King
Love it.
6.
Okay.
Hellmuth is so comfortable right now. He is so happy with his table draw, I promise you. JJ can play. De La Garza can play. He's a cash game player. He's been grinding the LA scene for quite some time. He's a player. But he's got 76,000 chips. And Phil, I think Phil can very quickly assess that. Okay, JJ can play. Let's go from there.
I think that's part
Ball
of
as well, he can play.
I think part of the playing the main event is knowing who you're up against, because you face them for much longer than an average tournament. You know, the turnover of players is so much slower than in your average event. So you have to take your time to lock in on the players. You can't be on your phone or your iPad. You have to just be focused on how people are playing. What are their motives? How did they get here? Are they on vacation? Are they grinding? Are they here through a satellite? Are they just, you know, putting the 10K down without even thinking about it? All those things matter, especially in this tournament. And, you know, the top players, of course, will suss that stuff out really quickly.
You hit the nail on the head. Garza is giving Ball as much rope as he can to hang himself. Garza is not folding this, but Ball does not take the bait. He checks, Garza lets it go, and I think you hit the nail on the head on that spot. There's so many unique things about this tournament, but one of the unique things is the fact that you're getting 10 hours with these players. And there are very few tournaments like that where you get to play this with the same players for 10 hours and really get to know them. You know, by the time you're in level 3, level 4, you should know a lot about your opponents. I mean, and I mean a lot.
I'm involved.
Garza, pretty healthy.
Back over to Negreanu's table. He made a 2,500 pre-flop. Pointer called, and then Pointer led for 2K on this flop. Negreanu goes upstairs to 6,000. Pointer made the call, and here we are on the turn.
Yeah, I don't hate the lead out by Pointer. I mean, a 7-6-3 2-heart board, that's going to favor the player in the big blind. That's going to favor their range more than it is the original Razor's range.
12,000.
But Negreanu not a believer, and this hand is likely over. Pointer, by the way, that is John Pointer, who took that empty seat, has some chips, 240,000. And Negreanu wins a nice little pot. He's back over 100 big blinds.
Am I allowed to eat?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Enjoy. Bon appetit.
Have you not watched Phil Hellmuth at the poker table?
Right. I think he's talking about the feature table. The only thing you can't do at the feature table, you can't have your phone, and you can't be listening to music.
Right.
Which is also another reason why we don't want people to be on from more than one level, because some people want to listen to music.
It's a long grind. It is a really long grind.
I hope he's gonna win. I hope he's winning.
All right, 30,000 people watching on YouTube. Let's go.
There's gonna be a lot of
main event hype is very real. Make sure to smash that like button. Almost at 2,000 likes. The record was on day 1B when we hit 5,500 likes. I have a feeling that we're drawing live today to hit a bigger number. So if you want to just engage with us a little bit, it helps us spread the good word on poker being played here in Las Vegas.
And more importantly, guys, listen, I mean, I have sagging self-esteem. We've already pointed out that I'm old, right? I've got a dad bod. Help out my self-esteem. It really, please. Plus, I'll keep my job.
There's a boomer and a millennial in the chat in the booth here today.
Poulet is going to fondle his chips for a while before finally. Oh, come on, get your chips, just bet.
Oh shit!
This is the most awkward raise I've ever seen in my life.
He was trying to get that black chip that was stuck between the felt and the rail.
Fujisaka, the open. Poulet is the 3-better. I'm just assuming he's French.
I hope Poulet won't chicken out on this one.
Ah! Uh-oh. He might, and he's in a world of hurt. Fujisaka, the open. Poulet with the 3-bet. Rubinski with ace-king, and this guy has just been absolutely hit with a deck today.
I'm telling you, some players, it's just it's their day. It's their event.
But it can switch. Because I've had situations like this at the main, by the way, where one day I can't miss, and the next day, it's just cooler after cooler. I'm on the wrong side of it each and every time. It just kills me.
Sizing here for Rubinski is going to be interesting, and lots of red chips flying into the middle. He makes it 22,000. A few quick folds here. Going to bring us back to Poulet.
Yeah, he's super deep, and this is a 4-bet pot. Ace queen offsuit, just not a hand you're gonna love. Now you gotta play the hand out of position as well, and kind of a situation, you know Rubinski could be getting out of line, but what are you willing to do about it? When Rubinski getting closer and closer to 300,000 chips. And you can see it. I mean, players stand in, everything. The excitement is very real right now at the Horseshoe out of Paris. Just thousands of players still with the dream of winning the main event. And well, it's true rags to riches story. Well, I don't know if that guy ever had. Was not rich. You can win a $5,000 PokerGO package to play in the True Classic at PokerGO Studios. If you ever dreamed of that, check it out, trueclassictees.com/TCPokerGo. True Classic and PokerGO teaming up to offer you a chance to play in a $5,000 poker package. It's pretty amazing stuff. And while you're at it, get some True Classic tees. I got given one a couple of years ago. I said this before. I got given one a couple of years ago, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take free stuff. I love free stuff.
Yeah.
And it was so soft.
I have
it was
like
so
a bunch.
my wife went and bought me 6 more. I love them.
I think one of the greatest accomplishments that I had in becoming an adult is saying goodbye to a collection of T-shirts that have been hanging out for way too long, and trading them in for a stack of True Classic tees, classic look.
I don't know if I can get rid of my T-shirts that clearly need to go in the garbage.
You know it's well overdue.
No, please, it's been overdue for way too long. I just don't know. A little bit about Pointer, by the way, 25 years old, out of Tampa, Florida.
I want to go back real quick to that Rags to Riches promo. I love how we're trying to entice people to come play in the studio, and then we show Adrian Mateos, who will eat your breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and will send you home crying.
Seems so unnecessary. I mean, can't he just beat me at poker? Why does he have to eat my food too?
I know. Look at this clash here potentially.
Yeah, this is a big clash. Pointer with a pair and a straight draw. Elliott with bottom set. There is a lot of scenarios where the chips go in here. Elliott bets, Pointer just calls though.
Three of hearts on the turn.
Elliott not going to slow down. He bets 5,000 this time.
The funny thing in this situation for a player like Pointer is that he probably knows that Elliott is very strong, but he still has a really strong hand himself.
Yeah, and there's not. I think you're not incentivized to raise in the spot unless you think you can get a better hand to fold. You have a pair. You've got a pair of sevens. You've got some showdown value in theory. And unless you're getting an overpair or an 8 to fold, it's probably not worth raising. And you can see there, he's just going to call and kind of realize his equity does not get there. Still has a pair of sevens now, and now he's going to decide what to do. Elliott maybe a little bit concerned about the board, but I think you've got to bet this. Your hand is too strong. 18,000 in there, and he's going to triple barrel it.
10,200.
And he goes 10,200. And I like the fact that Pointer didn't just kind of, I've got a pair and a straight draw, I'm going with it.
Right.
I'm going to gamble.
And that's where the difference comes in between your average daily tournament and the main event.
Now, if Elliott were deeper, it's a different story because then you can really put pressure on a bigger stack. But with just 22,000 chips, I don't know if you're getting that guy to fold.
Pointer in the tank here. Shout out to Sean on YouTube. $5 donation. He's saying the announcers are great, and I do not like Cabral. So on the side of Tuckman there with the Cabral.
He is like the definition of polarizing. You know what I mean? And I get it. I get why people like him, and I'm not going to try to convince you not to like him. If you like him, awesome, great. Because keep in mind, whether I like him or not, we're going to keep showing him because he's relevant. Pointer really thinking about this, and I just don't know what's he thinking. I mean, I guess he can beat 9-10.
Well, I think that what Pointer and many players have to realize is that it is not necessarily about your hand or how to perceive ranges. It's more about this gentleman who's clearly having a great time. Is he going to really fire 3 barrels on a bluff? The answer is probably no. Could be a sicko, though. We'll find out later on.
It's a big spot for Elliott, though, as he's back up to 51,000 chips, which is 51 big blinds.
I gotta
back to
imagine a
basically
Brazil
starting
soccer match is
stack.
pretty out of control, right? Really?
Let's go Remco, Tuckman in the box here.
I feel like
Natalie
that's the
Bodie
whole
on the floor. We
crowd
will get
of
to her,
like
I promise.
100,000 people doing that, right?
We got Jay Ferris in the chat with the $5 donation saying, speaking of eating, Hellmuth eating roast beef sandwich video, comedy gold. Great job with the commentary, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Jay Ferris. Engagement has been off the charts. You guys in the chat keeping us honest and also keeping us entertained. Really appreciate it here.
Take a look at our feature table. Chip count, Rubinski pacing the field, Pointer in there as well. Daniel Negreanu still healthy on 100 big blinds. Missing from this list, and our apologies, Brandon Paddock with 22,700. That's 22 big blinds. He's supposed to be up there. We do apologize for that.
You want to hear something exciting?
I love excitement.
I'm 32 out of 200 in the free roll.
Wow.
Got a good stack. Doubled up twice.
Go get it.
I love how there's people in the chat complaining about the Brazilians chanting in the background. Poker doesn't have to be like chess, right? Emotions are encouraged, and I think that it adds so much flair to this event.
I personally like tennis. I love tennis.
Right.
I personally feel like tennis would be so much more fun if a Happy Gilmore aspect were entered into it.
Yeah.
Like why do we have to be quiet?
Right.
Like these are the best athletes in the world playing tennis. Like, why do I have to be quiet? Like golf too, by the way.
I was going to say, do you feel the same about golf?
No, shout, please.
Imagine, too, the extra level of focus you would need to have, adding to that sort of mystique of who's the best player, who can perform under the pressure.
But that's what I'm saying. Can you imagine, okay, back in the day, can you imagine Michael Jordan or LeBron James about to shoot a free throw and they go, shh, you gotta be quiet now. Whatever. They're waving things in his face, trying to distract him. Football, hockey, like the pitcher doesn't tell anybody to be quiet before they pitch the ball. I don't get it. So yeah, I'm glad poker is this. And by the way, last night was even crazier. That's both sides. We had the Sean Deeb rail, we had the Carrie Katz rail, we got the Brazilian rail. They're all having a good time. We got an update on the Sean Deeb match, by the way?
He lost.
He did?
He finished second, yeah.
Okay. So he does finish in second another day. That was a crazy match last night because he had no chips, then he had all the chips, then he had no chips. Just kept going back and forth. Back over to Hellmuth's table. Matt Kenyon with ace-jack on this one. 15,000 in the pot.
Ryan with a $5 donation saying, Baba Booey, Baba Booey.
Ooh,
I'm
look at this play. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here for a second. Kenyon has bet, and Rogue with the king of spades, raising enough to put Kenyon all in.
Love that.
Look at this. So maybe the Hellmuth table not as easy as I thought it was, as Rogue has joined the fray. He joined late. He's on 132,000 chips right now, but if he wins this pot, he'll be up to 100 and say 100, almost 180. Making the raise with the king of spades. I mean, he had really absolutely nothing going on. Kenyon bet pretty small on the river, 4,500. Rogue read the weakness, has the king of spades, and has pounced. And now Kenyon has to decide for his tournament life or not.
Matt Kenyon from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, father of two, married to Brandy. Hope they're watching at home as he's deciding for his tournament life here in the main event on day two.
And if you're home watching this, somehow telepathically scream to your dad, call, call. He's bluffing. It's a tough spot, though, and I think he does fold. He does. I mean, that's hard. Great play from Roke.
Yeah, and that's one of those things in the main event where if you pounce every time a draw comes in the main event, more often than not, you can be successful if you have the chips to make those moves. It's just a tournament where bluffing is highly encouraged and calling is extremely difficult because the tournament life is just so valuable.
Yeah, it was a really interesting spot there. I mean, Roke with really nothing going on at all, not even a gut shot. Just had the king of spades. And pounced when that spade came off.
I got some in my pocket, yeah. Nothing like losing a decent-sized pot and then they're screaming, you know?
3,000. Did you have it? Ready? Was it a good fold?
We'll see in...
Well, that's why I'm asking you. Just tell me. I can't yet. All right.
He could have just had the blank ace of spades.
I know. I know. Trust me.
Hellmuth gonna pop it up. Attacking Sloan's big blind. Does take it down.
Whether you're good or bad. Phil, if I'm here, yay or nay?
Good or bad?
Yay or nay? You think he was good or you think not? I'll take the other side for 100 if I...
You should pick the side. Don't let him pick.
No, I said I'll call or fold. If I fold, then there's no bet.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. It's good. What he's saying is good for the stream.
You know, $100.
Somebody should bet you that just because it's fun.
I mean,
I think they have to tell us.
No, they don't have to tell. I mean, we're gonna see. I mean, they can't tell though.
If you guys bet 100, I'll tell you.
22.
What do you think? He had it, or you think he made a good fold or not, Phil? And if you want to bet me 100, but I have to call or fold. I may not want to give you action if I'm on your same side.
Interesting, JJ. Trying to get Phil. Pick a side, bet on it, have a little fun. Why not?
He could have been bluffing with like the ace jack, with the ace of spades.
Same hand.
I'll say he had it.
You're saying he had the best hand?
I'm saying he had the best hand.
Okay, I agree with you, so I'm not going to bet with
I think it was way too many hands that was good.
you. Spades came in too, right?
Spades came in, 7-8 came in.
They agree.
Oh, I guess I could have. Sorry, I could have made some change.
I believe they both believe that Kenyon had the best hand and folded the best hand. It wasn't 100% clear. Maybe it was to you at home. Jack here for Corfel, who's all in. Garza with nines. You can beat hearts. You can't beat a jack.
Huh. I don't know if I'm supposed to fold here.
It's only 10,000 chips, but it is...
I don't know.
1/6 of Garza's stack. And when he's behind, he's way behind.
I think I
When he's
should've just put
ahead,
it in pre, and
his
then I
opponent's
wouldn't
got
have to do
overs and a
this.
flush draw probably.
I would have called.
Yeah. You would have called?
I like the fold. I don't think Corfel's putting our tournament life on the line. The interesting spot about that hand with Kenyon was if your opponent had the flush, would they want to get paid? That's always kind of the leveling war, right? Would you raise less to get paid?
Right. And you can always argue that in both directions.
Oh, absolutely. This heads-up match still going on. I mean, I've heard enough chants that I just assumed it was over.
I guess the Brazilian is just hanging on, because again now, it looks as though Kerry Katz has raised it up on the turn here.
And gonna win it. Kerry Katz crowd a little bit quieter, but still very much there. And Kerry's still doing very well here. Dare I say, listen, I love the Brazilians, but dare I say they maybe a little premature celebration. I've had that problem as well with my life.
I mean, honestly, I think that the chanting should not be tied to success or failure. It should just be a constant.
You want it to be constant the whole day.
Because you need to bring your guy up when he's down, and you need to keep him up when he's up, you know? That's why in sports I always get so frustrated when people stop chanting when their team is down. They need it even more when they're down. They need the encouragement.
That heads-up match continues. That's day 4, by the way. They have been battling. Rubinski now up to 300,000. He is essentially at an average stack when they cash.
That's wild.
Just so you know. They will not cash until late day 3, early day 4. That has been traditionally when they cash. Usually it's the end of day 3. Occasionally it'll morph into the early parts of day 4. But he is essentially at average stack.
So what you're saying is you should just go home?
No, you should get $1 million. Because now that you have chips, you have. When you have chips, it's easy to get chips.
That's true.
This is when the games. This is when it's really fun.
I mean, there's honestly, and chat, please chime in on this one too. No matter what your normal game is, there is nothing more fun than having a big stack deep in a tournament. There's nothing like it in poker.
No, it's great. And having a big stack at the money bubble at the World Series of Poker main event is really, really fun. I have been on the fortunate. I've cashed this event 3 times. 2 of the times I had a lot of chips at the money bubble, and it's just so much fun because nobody wants to bubble. Nobody. And many people are so risk adverse when it comes to the money bubble. They're folding queens.
Oh yeah.
They're folding ace queen, ace king, not even thinking about it. So you can really be aggressive. Ace 7 versus ace 3 here. Both players hit an ace. This is likely to get chopped, but as you can see, Paddock ahead right now. Paddock also has the ace of clubs. Paddock can win still if he hits a 7. Negreanu can only chop it up. That's if it goes to showdown, of course. But I'm not sure if Paddock sticks around. I mean, this is essentially for his tournament life, and he's got to decide.
Well, he moves all in.
Yeah.
That's not a fucking use for
He does. I don't think Negreanu can let this one go for 8,000 more. Cards will be on their back, and they're going to chop this up in all likelihood unless 7 comes off.
Split. He can hit a 7.
I think I might try and get the Brazilian nationality before I register for the main event next year.
King 2.
That support is just unmatched.
Mad Dog looking for a 7. Otherwise, they'll just chop this one up. That is not a 7, my friends. They are going to chop it up. And in fact, I think a king would have won it for him too, right? Would have been aces and kings with a 7 kicker.
Oh yeah, well done.
I think Kerry Katz, by the way, I believe the Brazilian just doubled up, and Kerry Katz, in great form and class, went around and high-fived the Brazilian rail. That's awesome.
You got to be a good sport about this stuff, and I love how it's clearly not affecting Kerry in any way.
El Jefe. Kerry Katz still in there, battling, having a great time, and you said, hey, going deep in these events is one of the best things ever. And I've always said, if I ever make a final table, I am employing the Brazilians.
Yes, that's a good idea.
I'm bringing them out.
I got you.
GTO Wizard, beat the best, crush the rest. If you're looking to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots and who isn't, GTO Wizard has you covered. Study any situation, any bet size. It is the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Get started for free and save 10% off your first purchase over at GTO Wizard.
Yeah, I've been making a little comeback here. I was down to when I played with you, what, 12?
Again, this is day 2 ABC. The full day 1D field playing tomorrow on day 2D. They get their own day. That was the biggest starting flight as always. Right around 5,000 players started yesterday. Then on day 3, fields will combine and the journey will become a little bit more manageable for us to understand because we have all the players in the building at the same time.
Yeah, you just put them side like this.
I kind of feel like, and I don't want to dismiss day 1 and day 2 because day 1 and day 2 are amazing. And hey, getting through each day is an accomplishment. But I do feel like day 3 is when the tournament starts.
Thank you.
Yeah, in a way, you're right. But that's the thing, right? Every day is, in a funny way, almost like a satellite into the next day.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And the task at hand is survive.
Survive. Yeah, just survive and advance. We're in the trenches.
Absolutely. Fujisaka with the 9s, Rubinsky in the big blinds. It has been a Rubinsky type of day. Everything's going his way. Rubinsky with an 8, got back to our clubs as well. Fujisaka with the best hand. And I like betting here. A lot of players with 9s in the spot get scared of the ace. You got to realize that players defending so wide in the big blind that they're going to have an 8 here. They're going to have a 4 here. They might have clubs. They might have a gut shot. They don't necessarily need to have that ace. And they're going to call you with pretty much any piece of it if your bet is small enough. So I really like the bet from Fujisaka. And honestly, I don't think I'd slow down here. You're still looking to get value from an 8. Still looking to deny equity from their opponents. He decides to check it back, which is reasonable.
Better than the other one.
Yeah.
Another 8. And Rubinsky, everything going this man's way. I mean, I do hope that on the dinner break when he texts his friends and his family and he's like, yeah, I've got 345,000. I do hope he says, yeah, I've been running like the sun. Yeah, it's a pretty bad run out because Rubinsky, by the way, would not bet a 4 here. He would bet an ace. He certainly would bet an 8. He might even bet a 10. I think when Fujisaka checks back the turn, he doesn't have that many aces. And Fujisaka does make the correct laydown. And Rubinsky now up to 306,000.
If you're just tuning in, Hellmuth and Negreanu both headlining their respective feature tables here. This is our first level of streaming today. We have a total of 8 hours of streaming today until the final hand is dealt on day 1, or excuse me, on day 2 ABC. A little break for dinner in the middle as we pan back over to Hellmuth's table. He's in the 1 seat. You can see him, his tall figure there as we take a look at his cards. Pockets 5s.
Lovely, dark and deep.
Shout out to those in the chat with us on YouTube and on PokerGo. Please make sure to like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
That's not a tell, guys.
Freeze, 2,500.
Oh, Hellmuth raises. Kenyon's picked up ace-queen. He's got 30 big blinds. This is a under-the-gun open from Hellmuth. What does Kenyon want to do? Maybe just call? No, he's going to 3-bet. Three-betting an under-the-gun open on just 30 big blinds, very strong.
Especially off the short stack.
Call?
Hellmuth calls.
I mean, I think we could make the case that raising 5s under the gun might even just be out of line. Full ring table?
Yeah, I think at this particular, that's kind of what I was getting at the table, though. I think at this table, it's okay.
Shout out to Noel Page.
We're just
Jasmine
not getting
Delagarza.
3-bet very often. But I am kind of surprised that Hellmuth called this 3-bet. Because what's the play now?
You beat ace king.
You beat ace king, you beat ace queen. And that's one of the problems with, you know, raise calling a 3-bet with 5s. It's just very easy for you to get outplayed. I mean, this is about as good a flop as you're going to get.
Exactly.
7 deuce deuce.
Yep.
I mean, short of you flopping a set. All in here. It's pocket 3s versus ace jack. Pocket 3s versus ace jack. Can he fade it? He can. And Carrie Katz has just won his first World Series of Poker bracelet.
Let's go!
Brother, you played fantastic.
What an amazing result. Carrie Katz, the founder of PokerGo, has just won his first ever bracelet, event number 83. Put a bow on it. There's his son.
Morias Kanani in the background. His daughter, his wife, the family came out to support, and I know how much this means to Kerry. This is absolutely phenomenal to see.
That is amazing. Yep, hugs to Maury, hugs to his wife. Great stuff. Kerry Katz wins his first World Series of Poker bracelet. You can see how much it means to him. Pocket threes versus ace jack, the threes hold. Wins nearly $500,000, and more importantly, the most coveted piece of jewelry in all of poker. He's finally got one.
Kerry Katz first cashed at the World Series of Poker back in 2009.
And a non-way trust. Yeah, exactly.
Good job. That's super exciting.
I'm so stoked. That was so much fun.
Good. Let's go.
That's the most fun I've ever had playing poker.
That's
so
great. The most fun I've ever had playing poker.
I got an 800-pound monkey off my back.
Oh.
So much fun.
I'm telling you, you can play for millions, but when you win, the prize is not nearly as important because the victory is what it's all about. And this payout, not the largest in his career, but the moment, probably by far and away the biggest. As he mentioned, the most fun he's ever had playing poker.
Yep, the $2,500 freeze out, no limit hold'em. Event number 83 in the books, and Kerry Katz has just won. Natalie Bodie right there, and I'm sure we will get an interview shortly. And when we do, we will make sure we cut to it. Great stuff there for Kerry Katz, who has meant so much to poker. It's good. It's really good when you see one of the good guys win the game, win it. You can see the background, by the way. The other event, 84, also over. Give us a moment. Well, if you're looking to win yourself your own title, you can head to Europe. EPT, Europe's richest poker tour, will be in Barcelona at the end of August, Malta in October. In fact, actually, the NAPT will be here in November in Vegas, and then, of course, Prague in December. PokerStars EPT. Ready to go. Natalie Bodie on the floor with Kerry Katz, I believe, momentarily.
Yeah, 2,200.
They're switching us.
Really? Fujisaka raising. Rubinsky calling. Rubinsky cannot miss. Pointer on his left with chips also.
Yeah. That'll be my 4th level on this.
What are you gonna eat?
Pretty wild.
What are you gonna eat?
Not even like professional. Right?
Negreanu's taking the hoodie off. He's wearing his
Kerry
Rocky
Katz,
shirt, and there's Natalie.
congratulations. Such an incredible high-stakes career up to this point, but today, your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. How would you describe the journey to get to this point?
Well, the journey's been amazing. And you know what? For me, this is just halftime. So I have another 25 years in me where I'm going to grind, and I plan on playing all the bigger events again down the road. And it was just pure joy today. I've never had so much fun in my life. It was just a complete blast. It was the amazing thing is, like, I was going to rest this weekend and just late reg the main event. And I'm like, you know what? I feel like playing. I'm just going to jump in that freeze out late. My wife was like really irritated. She said, you're going to play a $2,000 event instead of hang out with me. I go, I just feel compelled to play. So it actually worked out pretty well.
And as fate would have it, it leads you to your first bracelet. What does this bracelet mean to you?
That bracelet means the world to me. I was starting to think I would never get one, but you know, this was my time. I felt lucky throughout the entire tournament. I felt I'm very grateful for all the luck I had in this event, because you know, to get through 1,299 players. I mean, you've got to, you know, it's a lottery ticket, and you got to get really, really lucky. And I drew the winning number.
Here you are on top. Well, with that, Kerry, it is my honor to present to you your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. Go ahead and hold it up to that camera right there. Congratulations, Kerry Katz.
What an amazing moment, Kerry Katz, with his first ever World Series of Poker bracelet. Man with a dream to win a bracelet, and he realizes it in fantastic fashion. It is kind of almost ironic and funny.
I got my wife here, so she's kind of halfway.
That he wins it in,
break.
an event with that many people, right?
Yeah. Break like in 6 minutes. Thank you.
You'd think that he would have won it in kind of one of those high rollers with only 100 players or 120, but to win it in that is pretty crazy. And I guess, listen, if you're you're trying to make the wife happy and not get mad at you for going to play poker instead of hanging out with her, best thing to do is just go win it.
Absolutely, and of course, I'd like to refresh people's memories on Kerry being heads up in the 100K back in 2023. Adrian Mateos, Chance Kornuth, Jeremy Osmus at that final table. Kerry losing heads up to the Dutchman Jans Arends. That was his closest call to date, and now he's got one. And he's in the club, in the Bracelet Winner Club. It's a pretty exclusive club.
Ace-Queen versus Ace-Queen between two of the bigger stacks here. Pointer and Rubinski combined to have 540 big blinds.
Well, let's play a pot.
11,500.
So Rubinski has raised. Pointer has 3-bet. And I'll let these two Goliaths battle. Sometimes even early on in day two, or we're probably midway through day two, there can be kind of like a test of wills. Who's the alpha at the table? Pointer in position against Rubinski, and sometimes this can be more than just what the cards are, although both players hit their ace. So it almost becomes less interesting as both players hit their ace. Pointer betting 5K. Rubinski's not going to go anywhere. You're obviously far more familiar with Kerry than I am, as you work with him for several years now. What is this bracelet, though? Like, what does it mean to him?
I mean, it's one of those things where if you're that deep into the game of poker, Kerry not only a player, but also, of course, has invested massively in the PokerGO studio, in the PGT, all these new events that he's helped create, super high rollable Poker Masters, US Poker Open, PokerGO Cup, reviving high stakes poker, getting the access to that brand, starting a new show like No Gamble, No Future. I can go on and on. All those things come from a place of passion for the game and wanting to show it off. And I think that for someone in that situation, getting something like a World Series of Poker Gold bracelet, that is it. That is what it's all about. Because at the end of the day, he's a player first, and now he's a bracelet winner. I think it's just there's nothing else like it.
I mean, and one of the reasons, really the reason why he invested so much money into this game, into the PokerGO studios, into all these different amazing tournaments, and so all of us can enjoy the game as a fan, right, and as players, is because he loves the game so much.
Absolutely.
Just a really cool moment. Check, check. Big bet on the turn, by the way. Check, check. Ace-Queen versus Ace-Queen. They are going to chop it up.
Ace-Queen. Ace-Queen.
Nice answer. Thank you.
That was a little sweat, huh?
Kind of a weird spot where you're like, well,
the flush is gone.
I can try to get value from Ace-Jack. My value owning myself against Ace-King. What do I do here?
38, slowing down a little bit too.
And just because your opponent does not 4-bet does not mean they don't have Ace-King. They could easily have Ace-King, especially at the main event.
11-16.
You don't need to necessarily blow the pot up with that hand.
6,300.
10-8 for Lesta.
So you're more on like chauffeur mode.
Who is
16-year-old drive. So I'm like,
Jose
send him
Lesta.
out the door, tell him where you're going, and be home.
Hellmuth can be
Wake up in the morning.
bluffs, and that's it.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to enjoy as
Gonna
much
let
as
it go.
possible, because I know that day's coming. Yeah, 3 years is a blink of an eye.
It is. Yeah, I just married my
Jose Lesta's the #1 Houston Rockets fan.
Is he really?
Oh, no, I'm not doing that again. I'm just going to make it 8,000
One
for
of
the
the parts
flop.
of my speech was how time goes so fast.
Yeah.
So you really need to cherish it as much.
Yeah.
The 16-year-old boy is going to be a killer for you.
Again, a reminder that
he's 6'4",
we got 8 hours of
so it's
poker
already
action
a
for
big
you
kid,
today.
fast, you know, it's just-
Just about to wrap up the first level of play.
The hours are long, but the days fly by. And have to...
Sure.
I had it.
Raise 2,200.
Ball here making it 2,200. Lesta with 9-6 off. He's going to not play.
Oh, that's for
There's
sure.
always something that you're going to want.
For sure.
You think you need. Is that 22?
Yes.
Sure, that's very wise. It's very, There's a lot of thieves of joy nowadays in like social media because you're comparing a lot.
Re-raised.
Yeah.
It's so hard to figure out.
6,500.
Electronics. What they do, it's like. It'd be hard to be a kid.
And look at Sloan.
For sure.
Craig Sloan, the
Remember,
Rizzler,
like, when I was a kid, I was
makes it 6,500 with
outside with, like,
ace-9 from the
neighbors
small
all day,
blind. And
every
Ball
day.
follows along with the call rather quickly.
Yeah.
And it comes
Checking
king,
with the
king,
mom
deuce, 2
here or
clubs.
there, just
Sloan
to
picking
show
up the
him
nut
that, but we were
club
out.
draw.
I didn't even know if
And he
we-
just bets 10,000, no hesitation. This man is on a mission, so it seems. Ball gives up, and Sloan just takes it down.
Craig, I'm going to help you out real quick, okay?
Oh. Another dirty one?
No. Just put those in front.
Yeah, there you go. See? You're learning.
I'm learning, yeah. He
Didn't
taught
learn from
me.
Phil, you learned from me. That's good.
How are you both?
We take payment in green chips down here. I'm just telling you. That's how it goes.
Negreanu still battling it out on the other streaming table. He's sitting healthy on
Raise 2,200.
roughly 100,000 chips.
Your battery.
Players will be taking a break. We are not taking a break. For those that are regular viewers of the program, know that we can travel through time and space,
Hey, heads up.
and we will do just that. So take a moment to refill your drink as we are watching the final hand of this level. Ace, Queen, Jack for Lawrence and Sloan. Lawrence flopping top 2. And Sloan's going to give this one up.
Okay. Button in seat 5 when everyone gets back.
We got, what, 20 minutes?
Yes. We got 19
All right, we're going
minutes
to chop
left.
right through that break, continue the action, but not before we remind you that Play PokerGo is available for you to play poker for free, have some fun. Next free roll starting in just 2 minutes. So if you want to jump in there right now, sign up to playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Play for free, play from anywhere in the world. And I just want to sort of brag just a little tiny bit. I am still in there, final 50 of the free roll that started an hour ago. So we're grinding, we're out there, we're having fun as we just did a little bit of time travel. And there you go, Tuckman alongside me, Natalie Bodie on the floor. My name is Remco Rinkema. This is the next level getting underway. Negreanu still taking center stage on our horseshoe table. Hellmuth, I believe, still on table 2. We'll have some updates from the field today as Negreanu sits comfortably on 84 big blinds, surrounded by players whose names we might start remembering if they make a deep run. Gilad Rubinski so far making a name for himself. He's been on a tear, David.
Yeah, the first couple of levels of our coverage have been all Rubinski. He won a huge pot, set over set. Won some smaller pots where he just, the deck kind of hit him in the face, but the set over set one was a huge one. About 235,000 chips in that one. That eliminated Gian Q early on. And he has done nothing but win or chop it up, and he's up to 300,000 chips. Negreanu, on the other hand, not much has gone his way. He's still healthy. Blinds are 600, 1,200 with a 1,200 big blind ante. So Negreanu with a few less blinds, but plenty to work with for him. And we'll see if he can kind of spin this up a little bit. Pointer is going to call the 3-bet, so we'll see this one heads up between John Pointer and Daniel. Not a particularly good flop. Raise queen, 8s. In pretty good shape right now. Daniel started the hand with 101,000 chips, and look at that. Full house for Pointer, and Daniel's day 2 continues to kind of just falter. It can be frustrating. You pick up some hands and just nothing connecting. When you do connect, somebody else catches something on you. Daniel not looking, not really incentivized to put any chips in the pot. Pointer's going to give him all the rope to hang himself, but
So
Daniel
this
too smart for
situation
that.
feels like I'm going to lose to a pair of 6s. You 6s?
No, you lose to a full house.
That too. I also lose to a full house. 6s or 8s is what I had you on.
Yeah.
But 8s is way better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have ace queen, so you're okay. Wow. 6s, 8s, okay.
You're supposed to rep ace king there.
I know. Yeah, I'm not into that. Let the man take his money.
Good check.
A check like that is so crucial, right? To just recognize that the trickery is possible from your opponent in the main event. You don't have to always stab. You can also just let one go.
You can. I mean, I really like the check from Pointer. I think a lot of players are betting that king.
They didn't catch an ace or a queen.
You know, when they have ace jack, or because they
I'm
do
gonna do
get
well
the
with this hand
6s to fold.
sometimes.
You know what I mean? If you bet there on the river, it's really, really tough for 6s and 5s or something like that to call. Jose with a 9 on this 9-5-5 board.
43.
So yeah, I mean, I think that was really disciplined by Daniel Negreanu, because he had nut no pair, but I think he also realized that he was never winning. He knew he was behind. And I just think a lot of players will try to rep that king.
Ace queen last time. You again.
Jose gonna bet. Kenyon gonna fold as well. And Jose Lesta up to 145,000 chips. Hellmuth among the leaders at this table with 164,000. The legend that is
I had pocket pair.
Craig Sloan is leading this table at 167,000.
The Rizzler.
Yes. No doubting the man has some Ohio Riz.
Reclaw in the chat, $2 donation. Thank you so much. That's going to go into the coffee fund. With the question, what's the streaming schedule this week? If you go to PokerGO.com/schedule, you can see the entire streaming schedule. We are live all day on day 2D and on day 3. And then starting on day 4, we'll have full day coverage on PokerGO.com. You can also see on YouTube which days we are streaming. We'll have some additional preview coverage. We'll have some, actually we'll have some table C coverage, but more on that later. Something new we're trying out on, I believe, day 4, 5, and 6. So either way, more poker than you can probably watch, more than I can keep track of, but we're going to do our best as we try to find who will become the 2025 main event champion. So keep an eye out on our PokerGO.com streaming schedule for all of that information.
Rogue betting with the baby king. Gets it down. No flop necessary. I know tomorrow we are starting at the exact same time, 3:30 p.m. Same setup as today.
Yep.
We'll go 2 levels, take a break, and then do another 2 levels.
Absolutely. And then starting on day 3, we're going from the first hand that's being dealt.
Not going to miss anything.
Not going to miss anything.
That's exciting stuff.
Reclaw, by the way, adds another $5. He says, here's a little more coffee for you. I mean, coffee has gotten more expensive, so I do appreciate that.
Listen, I don't live in Las Vegas, and had to go to a little coffee shop on the way here. And my coffee, a little 8-ounce coffee, cost me like $9.
Well, you're also on the strip.
Yes, I'm on the strip. I understand that. Yes.
Try getting a beer at an NHL game.
No, right. No, I understand. I
It's
understand
brutal.
the game. Right.
It's brutal.
And I normally don't stay on the strip when I come to Vegas. I'm normally off strip with a friend or at an Airbnb or something like that. But decided not to bring my car this time, so I am on the strip. And yes, just a simple burger and a beer was like $31. Coffee and a blueberry muffin, $28.
Right.
Got a big spot here. Sloan, ace king, Kenyon with tens. Kind of, I mean, Kenyon has been pretty tight. The problem is it's Sloan 3-betting. This might be crazy, but I might fold this. I know that's insane. You've got 30 big blinds.
Oh, looks like we're bouncing back and forth.
We are bouncing back and forth, folks. You've now played for, many hours with this gentleman. You've got to be convinced that he has some bluffs in his range. Is he ever doing this with 9s or 8s? Apologize for the graphics mishaps there. We're going to stay on this hand, I think.
Sloan can't do no wrong.
We're on PokerGo now, I believe. And for the next like 3 or 4 hours. Check us out. World Series of Poker main event. You need to change batteries?
And Kenyon makes the call and doesn't let that one go. I mean, the problem with 10s against a player like Sloan, and again, maybe I'm giving him too much respect. Maybe he is bluffing there a lot. I have no idea. Is if you don't think he's doing it with a smaller pair or any bluffs, you just don't know what you're rooting for. Like, do you want the baby flop? And if a baby flop comes out, are you going with it? You're out of position. I know it probably sounds insane because pocket 10s are just such a strong hand. But when you get a tight player 3-betting you, those 10s kind of shrivel up.
Absolutely.
He gave me one
That's
free
totally
pass.
true.
He must have saw the old guy at the table and said, hey, this guy probably didn't hear the first.
Look at that. Sloan's aware of his image. You know what? Now I'm starting to think about it. You know what? Maybe Sloan does have a few tricks up his sleeve.
Raise 2,500.
What I love about the chat when we're doing main event streams is the amount of people that talk about these hands in a way where they're sort of signaling that they could do much better. I would love for all the chat pros to come and play the main.
Are you suggesting they can't?
Are we good on the battery?
I don't understand what you're saying, Remco.
I mean,
there's professional chatters in there who are amazing. What are you talking about?
Seeing is believing. So when the first chat pro wins a bracelet, I'll be there for the photo. Kenyon, by the way, all in now with king queen suited. Rock with the small pocket pair, gives it up.
Yeah, and I actually like that better than committing with 10s versus Sloan. You've got Rock, who's a pretty aggressive player, who opens. You've got king queen. There's an open, and now you're the 3-better. So you've got that fold equity, as opposed to facing a 3-bet and having to call it off.
Arizona. Arizona.
Corfel from Arizona, as she says, part of the Poker Rebels Poker League. I'm sorry, the Royal Rebels Poker League.
Please address her by her real name.
The Queen.
The Queen.
I wonder if she's the queen of the Poker League.
That's very possible. Last I checked, no monarchy established in Arizona.
Corfel is she's
36.
gonna battle those last
Right,
12 big
36,
blinds, though, 10 big blinds.
Can never give up in the main event. I always tell the story. I mentioned it before in the broadcast. Martin Stashko made the money in 2011 with one big blind and ended up finishing second to Piers Heinz.
I mean, Greg Merson.
That means
yeah, Merson,
that's bad for
good
you.
example too.
Right, because I'm not going to 3x it unless I'm not 3xing it with like.
I head back over to the Negreanu table. One of my favorite things to do, actually, is take a look at who final tables the World Series Poker main event, and then go back and see how many chips they had at the end of day 1, day 2, day 3. And you'll see half the table probably had understarting stack on day 1.
Yep.
It's just so important just to survive. We've got a gut shot for Rubinsky. We've got top pair for Pointer. Fujisaka with third pair. I'm surprised JJ, by the way, did not defend the 6 deuce out of the big blind. 6 deuce, not a hand you necessarily need to defend, but 6 deuce suited from a button open. I think you probably could defend that. You're getting a really good price out of the big blinds.
Some people just trying to not get themselves into situations where they have to make tough decisions, and obviously it's not so tough when you flop 2 pair, but you won't do that all too often. But like you said, you know, when the price is right, you can try to hit something big.
Board pairs on the river. Pointer in the big blind with the jack. Has the goods. Rubinsky, though, looks like he's going to bluff at it. Looks like he's going large. He's going 22,000. He's trying to tell the story that he's got a 7 here.
I'm not worried about it if that's what you're asking.
I don't think he's going 22 into 18 with just a jack. But look at all the draws that missed. All the straight draws missed. Both flush draws missed.
I just love how Rubinsky is just going for it.
I'm not convinced Pointer's going to let this one go, though. I mean, look at all those draws that missed. Pointer, by the way, doesn't block any of the draws. No hearts, no clubs, no 8s, no 9s, no 5s.
Rubinsky staring down his opponent with some intensity here.
Yeah, this is like, he's got a 7 or nothing, right?
Yeah, that's sort of what it feels like to me.
He's not doing this with a, you know, just like a pair of jacks. I don't think.
It's the beauty of these large bets is that they really put you to the test. So polarizing. Oh, looks like something's coming.
There's the call. Nice call. Really nice call.
And Rubinsky taking a bit of a hit here, and Pointer establishing himself perhaps as the new table captain in position on the biggest stack.
Yeah.
Once again, if you're catching us on YouTube, please smash that like button. Almost, or approaching 4,000 likes, which would be phenomenal. It's just so fun to have this engagement element for you all.
I want another Play Poker Go update. It's fun.
Yes.
It's free online poker. Deal yourself in at playpokergo.com. We got the Remco update. What's going on?
I busted in 39th.
Oh, hey, your new best.
New best, 39th.
That's amazing. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Play Poker Go. No risk, all fun. Check it out now. And there's like free rolls every hour on the half hour.
Correct. Every hour on the half hour. My best finish 39th. Let us know in the chat how you
did sonny boy.
In the free roll. Just a bit of fun to
Tampa,
distract yourself, perhaps practice a little bit. By the way, not only do we have free rolls, we also have tournaments and cash games, all in good fun.
Friendly people. I golf with a guy. You know, like, play your hand.
Raise 3,000.
Fold.
Isla joined this table a little bit late on 50,000 chips. Does he want to just call this? Does he want to 3-bet? I think either play is certainly reasonable.
$10,900. 800. Wow.
10.8.
I heard it twice and I heard 9. Never mind me.
10,800 from Isla. Rubinsky. 22,800 if he wants to make the call. Kind of the first adversity that Rubinski has faced today. The bluff there that did not get through. Now he's being 3-bet.
I'm gonna stand outside. It's too hot here.
And he's going to make this call. Maybe a little bit ambitious.
This is when you're feeling it. This is when you maybe have a little bit too much confidence.
I heard not.
Or maybe you're just trying to get the 22,000 chips you just lost, right?
Yeah.
Like you're like, I just had those chips. I need to get them back.
Rubinski, the wild card at this table.
I genuinely might check this twice if I was Isla. The Rubinski just bluffed, just called my 3-bet, maybe sensing a little bit of tilt, you know, a little bit of like winner's tilt. Phil Locke many years ago coined the term upstuck. He had over 300,000, now he doesn't. I genuinely might check this twice.
Yeah, I can see a case for that.
Or bet super small. Like, I really want to induce my opponent to make a move.
Rubinski was clearly looking for a very specific looking flop.
Grew up in Toronto.
They're hot right now, aren't they?
I tell you the truth, when I was a teenager, when Joe Carter hit that home run, I had $1,000 on that game.
Before my time.
I had $1,000 on that game.
Really?
Okay? I didn't have $1,000. So that game was huge for me.
Nice.
They won that game, I went and collected, and I had a little poker bankroll. But I didn't have the 1,000. So if I lost, who knows? I would have found it somewhere.
Because that's the old school bookies there. Like,
Yeah.
they'll come looking for you.
Well, I had the Hells Angels curious one time.
Well, not in Canada. They'd say, "Can you please give
Would
me
you
that
mind if
1,000?"
it's not if it wouldn't trouble you so much? Would you mind possibly, paying that debt whenever it's convenient for you? Sorry to ask. Sorry. So sorry to ask.
You don't make that mistake in the Chicagoland area.
No.
No.
Daniel raising with sixes. Again, the blind 600, 1,200. Min raise would be 2,400. He's going to 3.
Manjeet in the chat with the $5 donation, sending all the love and positivity to Rubinski. So we got some Rubinski fans in the chat.
Hey, he's put on a show, you know, as of late. It's just now. I'm just wondering, a little bit of a bump in the road. He's still, he's doing a great shape. 273,000 chips. He's got them all, but you know, he's lost 30,000 chips. How does he respond?
I think he'll respond by continuing to play a lot of pots.
It's just, I mean, you know this as well as I do. It's a roller coaster ride, and it's a marathon. And there are going to be bumps in the road. It's going to be ups and downs. And the players that can deal with that adversity, deal with the downs, not get too high, not get too low, try to stay, you know, emotionally stable, are going to perform better.
And you know, just to point out here as well, we have the, the stats monitor inside our commentary booth. Rubinski, after 52 hands on the feature table, has a VPIP of 52%.
That's a lot. That is very high.
That's like that's like TV cash game numbers.
I mean, I'll put it this way, Daniel, and by the way, that would be high if we were playing 6-max.
Right.
For 9-handed, that is, dare I say, too high. Daniel Negreanu is a very active player.
Yes.
Is at what?
Kid, I don't know
30.
what to say about
Right,
that.
and Daniel Negreanu is a very active player, and he's at 30.
Luxembourg.
Hellmuth, what's he at?
Luxembourg?
He's active as well.
I didn't know that.
35%.
Right, so you can put it in perspective. We had some
I
players
wonder how many
yesterday where
people are
we were
from
looking at the numbers,
Luxembourg
42, 41. Over 50 is,
You could be the only one.
I might be.
dare I say,
10,000
unsustainable.
people. Check that out. Can you guys do that? Who's ever in the booth, see if there's how many people are from Luxembourg.
Well, we will get on that, Phil, right away. We were
Also,
not
what's the
busy at all,
population
okay?
of
We'll just get on your
Small,
little
right?
task.
Pretty small.
What's pretty small mean?
I just wonder how many people are watching from Luxembourg. Let yourself be known.
There's like
in the
11
chat.
people that live there. Isn't it the smallest country in the world?
No, it's not the smallest
How many
country in the world.
people
But
you
without looking, I would say Luxembourg probably has 2 million.
200,000.
2 million. I'll take the under.
Okay, let me Google it.
Are we betting on this?
Oh wow, you're way closer. It's 650,000.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I was joking when I said 11. I know it's not the smallest country, but 2 million is a lot of people.
I thought it was densely populated.
Bold. Can you
It still is densely populated. I mean, Luxembourg is
raised
basically
too
the size of
much.
this booth.
I need the crazies.
I guess. Yeah, I've been there actually. It's beautiful. I was probably 12 years old.
Somebody to
but-
gamble with me on that hand. But you know, then somebody calls and it comes ace king, right? So then you complain.
Why they call me?
Every time.
What are you going to do? You complain one way, you complain the other. Luxembourg.
Did you know the Patton was buried in Luxembourg?
No.
And he's a national hero because he basically liberated them from the Germans.
Wow.
Or whatever they did.
Why'd you move there? Tax reasons?
I didn't move there. No, I'm just a dual citizen.
Ah. Well, how do you come about that you have citizenship in Luxembourg?
Parentage.
Parents?
Way back when. Way back when.
Look at this.
What's the tax situation in Luxembourg? Is it good? Play your hand and then tell us.
No, it's not that good.
No.
Dual citizen. Sloan from Luxembourg representing.
Where is Luxembourg?
Luxembourg is on the, kind of between Germany, France, and
Okay, that's where I would have guessed.
Belgium.
But it's really small, I think.
Super small.
Tiny. How many miles across?
Man, they didn't ask me this many questions when I was getting my passport.
We're grilling you.
I would say that you could go because when I first went back there in 1990, and nobody from my side of the family had seen anybody from the U.S. side in 40 years. I got to see the whole relative thing, and we went around the country, and it probably took 4 hours.
That's a tiny country.
And that's drinking champagne and cheese at 8 in the morning.
Wow.
With all of them, yeah.
That is one small country.
One small country.
Lesta and Rock playing while the Luxembourg conversation goes on. Both players with the flush draw here.
But we're not as friendly as Canadians.
Rock
That's another
also
thing I'd like to know
with
is
an
like,
inside straight
to
draw.
the people in the booth, like how many countries are represented so far?
We'll get right on that, Phil. Queen on the river giving Rock the check mark, and this goes check, check, takes it down. Interesting note here as well. Hellmuth's table has played 10 more hands than Negreanu's table. So a lot faster action there on our
Does anybody
secondary
know how many countries are on it?
table.
It might be 195.
In total?
Yeah.
172, aren't there?
172?
There's over 200.
I think there might be 210 or something, 190 something.
Because they had the best passports.
But he just pulled the 172 out of nowhere. There's 172.
Yeah, 192. I would have said 212 if somebody.
Fold.
Well, when you throw the odd number, it's more believable.
That's why.
It's true.
Look, well, you couldn't have made that up.
So they had a list. They had the best passports in the world. And like Luxembourg came in.
195 countries in the world.
Okay.
And what's the best tax rate? Malta? Yeah. I think Malta, you only pay $20,000 a year in taxes.
No matter how much you make.
Sounds like Hellmuth is trying to escape America and not pay taxes anymore.
I told my wife, I said, honey, we want to, can we move to Vegas, like be out of California 6 months in one day? And she said, you can. She said, your friend made $4 billion. He just paid $2 billion in taxes. Man up, we can pay our share. I said, okay, honey.
Crypto guy in California?
I don't want to go into any names.
If you
But
have,
if they're paying that much, then I said, honey, we could move to Vegas and save 11%. Like, what if we have a big hit, you know?
Said prove it first.
I'm all in.
Corfel, the queen, all in with ace-10 off for her last 9,500.
Thank you.
She needs a lot of help, not only the first double up, but also the second and the third, but at least
Well,
she's still got some
you win.
chips. There we go.
49ers.
Picking
I
up
hate
some
that
chips.
You were destined to win on that one.
You hate the 49ers because the 49ers beat you guys a couple
No,
years ago?
just.
You just
Bill
don't
has
like
to
them.
hate the 49ers because they've owned the Packers.
Well, I'm from Arizona.
No,
so
I'm
of course.
friends with the owner, and
really?
so I'd go to games
Still
with
at
him.
York?
Jed York,
Yeah.
great guy.
Oh, wow.
And I was
You
friends.
live in Northern California?
Yeah, and I was friends with Harbaugh when he coached there. We're still friends, but But yeah, when the Packers and Niners play, I find myself rooting for the Packers, then rooting for the Niners. And there was a playoff game in San Francisco.
Win-win.
And we were in the box, and I was rooting for the wait, and then I'd root for the wait, what am I? Lifelong Packers fan, but
Yeah.
we've been in the Bay Area since like 1994.
Oh, okay.
And once you start knowing some of the
In the circles you run.
8,000. Yeah, those are never problems I have. Getting to know the players.
Yeah, if I
knowing
lived in
the
Northern
team.
California, I'm guessing that Jed York's not a buddy of mine.
You bet sports go over? Not really.
somebody out there's gonna say Phil's bragging.
No, it's not bragging when you're telling.
Having a conversation.
It's okay. We like
It is,
stories.
but it is,
Story
it is
time by
weird.
Phil
Like,
Hellmuth.
I end up dropping a lot of names, and then people are like, "That's Phil, just named." But I'm like, "This is who I hang out with. What do you know?"
Tell him I'm the one that brought it up. Not like
No,
you're
I'm
offering
also half kidding, you know. So I don't mind so much.
So Garza raises ball
I also
3
joke about
bets.
how they're gonna-
Action back over to Garza.
They will
She
be.
calls.
I also like to joke about how I could get canceled, even though I never say anything really cancelable. You know what I mean? Like, I like to be provocative. Like if there's a
Sure, if you tried hard enough, you could get canceled.
So,
Check, check. Ball
oh
decides
no, I don't
not
want it. But I'm not that way. I mean,
to
like,
fire at it.
but I like pushing it a little bit to the edge. You know what I mean? Like,
I've never seen you push it to the edge. ever. Hi. Did you play? Oh, well, you got a little makeup on, looking all pretty. You got a hot date. Don't tell
Garza
your husband.
checking a second time. Action to
What's
ball.
happened to Vegas? Stayed in Vegas?
So delayed C bet here. I'm just not sure what story Ball's trying to tell. Like, did he 3-bet with queens and he's checking it back?
But I would
3-bet with aces and he's checking it back one time? What is the story here? Ball now betting 9,000 in the 19. I gotta think Garza's gonna call this. Yeah, he does. And just in case Garza wasn't sure where he was at. Now the one thing is that Ball could have picked up a spade draw. That's certainly a possibility, like ace-jack of spades, ace-queen of spades, something along those lines. Garza checks to Ball, see if maybe he'll go after it.
It was good either way, but
Wisely does not,
sure.
and Garza picks up a nice pot.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
2025 World Series Poker main event. It is day 2.
So I bet 100 bucks.
The first of 2 day 2s.
Phil, you want to take that bet? You want to call?
We've got 2 feature tables for you. One headlined by Daniel Negreanu, one by Phil Hellmuth. Pick up the action here. Pointer in there with kings. Poulet with queen 10. Elliott with 8s. Don't know what Negreanu has. Mystery hand. But we've got nearly 24,000 in the pot. Not a particularly good run out for the 8s or the kings. Does Negreanu have the goods? Negreanu won a couple of hands before this. He's up to 108,000, and it looks pretty good here too. He's got the flush. Look at that. He goes 20,000.
I can't call that.
10.
And Negreanu back up to 126,000. He had dipped down to about 94. So stopping the bleeding, so to speak. The 7-time bracelet winner, 2-time World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Looking to make a deep run in this main event, and he has made some epic runs in this main event. There's a look at Pointer, just to the left of the dealer. He is the chip leader at our featured table, Rybinski. Tried to bluff him, couldn't get it through. Rubinski's still very healthy on 269,000 though. Remco alongside me. I'm David Tuckman. Natalie Bodie on the floor. Negreanu gonna pop it up. I'm still so excited for Kerry Katz. I mean, what a moment.
Thank you.
As a poker player, as a fan of the game, you know, I certainly can understand how he feels at this moment, but I'm just pretty happy because he's done so much for the game of poker, and he loves it so much. You can see how genuinely happy he was. And to be there, you know, with his family, friends, here on this stage, just very cool. Also, the fact that we were streaming, I mean, if he'd won last night, late last night, we don't get it. Like, we went off the air and they were still playing. The fact that they came back for another day and he was able to win it on stream is really cool.
Do you play with solvers
He'll have
ever?
that now forever.
Like the internet solver? Okay. Because solvers, they always do the same thing with my hand on this board. Always. Like, net without fail. So, you know, sometimes you just got to trust the computer and go 3,000. Right? Sometimes I go a little tricky with it, but I'll trust the solver. Solver says 100% C-bet. Yeah. It does. Yeah. The last time I didn't do what the solver said, it cost me in this spot. Exact same board, too.
Well, Brandon says that your ace is good.
Fair enough, yeah. But
Solvers are
100%,
not.
last time in this spot, oh, you're supposed to C-bet your head 100%. I didn't. I lost the pot, so everybody's a genius. But the guy had it, so.
Exactly.
So, you know?
Ace was good, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Negreanu up to 130,000. He started today's action with about 160, 155. Not much went his way the first level we covered. See
Solver
if the
says.
next 2 hours are kinder for him. So far, so good for him, though.
What? Solver said? Oh, yeah.
The ultimate solver.
So Queens to make the final table and use the solver to win it all.
Yeah?
That's what he did.
Oh, I didn't remember. Fold.
And the fold of the queens was not solver approved.
No.
It wasn't. But
That was his fear.
Three.
he actually explained what he did there.
Oh, yeah?
He said he wasn't sure about that one. He thought it was kings plus everything, and he wasn't sure. So he just went for the safer route. And just folded. He said there was a lot of spots that were kings plus. He wasn't sure if that one was one of them, so he just folded.
The safe route.
Yeah.
Harry Elliott opening up. Rubinski with the same hand in the big blind. Elliott about 31 big blinds deep. Rubinski is going to keep his foot on the pedal. This guy loves being aggressive.
How many is he playing?
Elliott's going to make the call. So suddenly 18,000 in the pot. Both players with ace-jack, but what happens when the flop comes out 10 high?
Then Rubinski wins the hand.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. That was kind of fun.
And spooky. How did I know?
You just called for a type of flop that could still go in different directions as the 10-8-7.
Well, yeah, this is actually a flop where if you're Elliott, you might want to take one off. The problem is that he's just not deep enough. I mean, Rubinski's, this is an enormous bet.
And we got the quick fold here. Understandable.
I mean, he bet pot.
Right.
Rubinski is just kind of
I look
showing
over there, I see Phil's eating.
aggression is usually
something new.
Good at the poker table.
Absolutely.
Aggression is good until it's not.
Big man. He needs to eat.
I just watched the Mike Madison movie they made.
The documentary.
That was very good.
Negreanu calling out Hellmuth eating at the table.
We talked about.
Always eating, always munching on something.
what it said on.
You gotta keep your energy up, man.
He got
Long day.
screwed pretty bad, huh? With the setup. I know the guy too. It's ridiculous. That guy. Could you imagine Mike Madison being a drug dealer? He'd be the worst drug dealer ever. Give everybody for free.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why, they arrested him?
A little scene you guys have.
Oh, it's a long story, but
No, you
somebody
should
set
watch
him up.
Yeah, just watch it. It's on YouTube. It's great. It's very good.
It was. So you're in a
Well, just like search Mike Madison.
It was a doctor who got in trouble. So they wanted him to roll on somebody, so they set Mike up. He's like, "Give me some pills. Give me some pills." Mike's like, "Whatever." I was like, "Okay, I'll get you the pills." Right? He got him the pills. Didn't charge him anything. Just got him the pills. Well, now he's a drug dealer.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's like, of all people.
And he did it just because he's nice.
Yeah, 100%.
So now he's under arrest?
No, he went to jail for 6 months. Because they wanted him to wear a wire and go after somebody else.
Like the Denver's really nice. Like all these things are so wild. It's on YouTube. It's worth it. That whole channel, they make really good movies. And it's all free. Really high quality.
Free play.
Not just about not
What a treat here on PokerGO. I mean, not only we got day 2 of the main event, but we got Phil Hellmuth holding court. We got Daniel Negreanu telling stories about Mike the Mouth. This is some great stuff.
Yeah, and it also is fun because we can just sort of sit back and be fans ourselves, listening on the conversations.
Only 2,000 players left?
Story time.
How can that be?
That is low.
Again, by the way, if you're watching us, 5,500 likes was our record on day 1B. We're at 4,300, and it's only 6 p.m. So please do me a giant favor and smash that like button if you're catching us on YouTube. Also, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Turn on those notifications. It's been one heck of a summer already, but the best is yet to come, as I like to say. We're also posting daily highlights and recaps in case you miss any of the action, as well as single clips of some of the craziest hands of the day. That award from yesterday goes to the Jared Blesnik elimination, running aces into quads in an absolute monster pot.
Nines.
Yeah, 6-bet pre.
It's so crazy.
No diamond, no nothing.
Nines are not, I'm pretty sure 5-betting nines is not solver approved.
I mean,
but hey, if you know a nine's coming out, why not? Let's do it. Let's roll it up.
Nice hand.
It's an odd choice to 5-bet. I'll just put it that way. For many reasons.
That's how you have those players go on crazy runs. Making deep runs with massive stacks. You do something unorthodox, it works in your favor, and before you know it, you got a massive stack. I mean, Rubinski is the type of player who, called a 3-bet with 9-4 suited. That sort of stuff, works out against Pointer in some sort of cooler confrontation, and before you know it, you got $500,000. That's why the main event is so exciting when you're watching. You can't look away because the sort of the car crash could happen at any point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's they talk about avoiding those landmines, and another aspect of this tournament that's just so interesting is you get all sorts of different types of players. You have the best in the world, literally the best poker players in the world. With Carol from Iowa.
Yeah.
And on any given day, Carol from Iowa is going to get the best of the world. Raise here from Negreanu. Zokowicz just calling with jacks. Pointer in the small blind certainly could raise. Got the kind of hand that he might want to raise with. We'll see. John Pointer.
I mean, Pointer has the massive advantage of a massive stack, which just gives you so much flexibility.
Yeah, and he has 3-bet. It's a large sizing, too. He goes 6x with the ace-3. That'll get rid of Negreanu in all likelihood, and then it'll be up to this man, who's kind of under-repped his jacks.
Now, if you're in the situation and you're Zokowicz, do we just call and see a flop? Like always? Is there any other approach that we consider?
I mean, depending on your stack and depending on your how he's just going to fold. Depending on how you perceive your opponent.
Yeah, ace-3.
I think you could probably argue that anything looks reasonable,
Right.
including folding even against some players.
Yep. I didn't have anything.
I would probably default to calling there. I'm in position. I get to play Jackson position. My hand is under repped. I have a lot more hand than people think I do because I only called. I didn't 3-bet.
He knows.
Had I 3-bet and somebody 4-bet, it's a different scenario. But when I just call, I've kind of, I told a different story. So I think I'm probably calling with Jacks there.
Frederick in the chat on PokerGo says, there will be a sudden crash from Rubinski. He is playing reckless, sizing too aggressive. He will punt it off just like Rigby did. But he'll take some people down along the way. It's those players
that is usually the case.
Yes.
They go down in a flame of just a glory of flames. There, they are not the kind that are just going to burn out, so to speak. As I butcher that cliche.
In a blaze of glory?
Yes, I tried to say that 14 times, but my brain would not cooperate. It happens sometimes.
It's been a long summer.
And Rubinski just can't help
Yeah,
himself.
no, I mean, seriously, we're in for the Rubinski experience. You sort of pay for Negreanu, but you get Rubinski.
Yeah, listen, you pay for the knives, but wait, there's more. Buy now and get Rubinski too.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Rubinski is literally playing half his hands.
I mean, don't knock it until you try it, I guess.
I mean, Pointer's been very active, but keep in mind, Pointer just got here.
Got 10-8-7.
It's a good turn card for Rubinski, who he can rep the ace.
What's there? I can't see.
Ace of diamonds.
Ace of diamonds. Okay.
He's got a diamond draw.
Yeah, please.
Should be able to win this right here.
There's 2 diamonds.
Iceland defended the turn with Queen 5.
3,500.
Actually, got checked around on the flop.
Elliott, by the way, with the nuts, flopped it 9-6. Oh yes, did he not know
100
that?
more.
Wait.
Trying to get all of it, ain't you?
Yeah.
That is
little by little.
Strange.
100 at a time.
I don't know exactly what happened on that one. Maybe I would know more if I had some really cool PokerGo merch. On the best PokerGo merch, discount code WSOP25 for 20% off. Shop.pokergo.com now through July 19th. Online only, digital products excluded. Check out the PokerGo shop. They've got some great stuff. My personal favorite, the No Gamble, No Future hoodie that I wear all the time. I've worn it so much that I've worn out the sleeves.
Wow, impressive. The best way to get chat riled up is to fold the nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like something was awry with the graphics there because Queen 5 called out of the small blind according to our graphics.
Wasn't it a limp pot?
Yeah, Phil both would have lost 100.
Did he limp
I
in with
thought he
6-3?
he limped in with 6-3, I think.
On the he limped and didn't raise?
Well,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a lot of stuff that just didn't make any sense. Rubinski limped in
the pot.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to go back to the tape and maybe ask what happened there. But yes, most likely graphics hiccup there.
I feel like something was awry.
Because I
don't buy that Rubinski would limp in from the cutoff. That doesn't make sense. And the Queen 5 offsuit call from the small blind was kind of weird too. So I'm not even sure if the 9-6 was there.
I knew it was someone over here.
We'll get our extensive research team, a.k.a. Remco, on it.
I don't have a chance to play.
Rubinski did limp in.
He did limp in.
He did limp in.
Yo,
So it was a free
nice
flop
Canadian
from the big blind.
We didn't know you're blasting off with super bluffs every fucking hand.
Fair enough.
Now
Once
we
we
know.
figure that out, now you're going to get called. So
Yeah, you can still be a nice Canadian.
100% will get called. Now you might have it that time, but you might not.
No, works to your favor now.
Exactly. Well, we'll find out. As long as you can get some good cards here in the next couple hours.
Well,
Yeah, I've had to get good.
I have to bet small. with
All the bet
nuts.
sizings were correct.
He
So
just makes it 50K.
I don't know.
I'm like,
It's
100K.
very interesting. Could have misread his hand. We've seen Phil Ivey do it.
No, sometimes, hey, listen, the
hard
9-6
to
on the
get the nuts,
8-7-5 board, sometimes you don't realize you got the straight. Hey, listen, I couldn't figure out a cliche phrase. these guys, keep in mind, they've been playing for hours and hours and end. It's the end of a long summer.
Yep.
You know, sometimes you just don't see the cards right, and you make a live misclick, and that certainly could have been a possibility there. Who knows? Lawrence, to the right of the dealer, is apparently a fishing fan. Joined our table a little bit late. Back to the Hellmuth table.
Well, he's in the right place.
26.
Do you think he's a fisherman, or do you think he's just wearing it because he's playing poker?
I mean, I guess some people like to give up tells by some outfit choices.
So today I won it once. The speech, you know, the one where you say, of course, because I'm effing Phil Hellmuth. Just won it once today, okay? It could be at my demise or whatever, but I need to hear it. All right? Or you change man?
He did it the first hand. I think.
Oh, did he? Over, but I wasn't there.
Yeah.
He said, I'm fucking Phil.
Oh, no, he didn't do that.
That used to be his, I heard him say it probably when I commentated like 40 times.
Actually, you pretty much said it
I
to
think he
him
said
when you 3-bet him or at least raise against him, right?
No, but it's like,
He pretty much said
no,
that.
it's like when he makes a
On
good
the river
call
there, the
or
raise
someone
on the
doubles
river.
him up
Yeah,
and,
the raise on the river,
and he
that's
says, of
Oh,
course,
I wasn't there.
of course I got it, I'm effing Phil Hellmuth, right?
Well, instead of giving the speech, I've just been showing it. And I've had a bunch of hands today, that's for sure. Especially the first 10 minutes. Ace king suited, ace queen suited.
Quad jacks, queens.
I was there for the quad jack.
Yeah, that was the need for
That's my very first hand zero for me.
Before
I
that,
just
he had
said,
gotten 2/3 of his hands were giant pocket pairs or big suited connectors. Yeah, the very first hand. He had pocket queens against
Then
ace
he
king
had the
and
guy in the
65K.
9 seat, not the current guy.
See, that's when
Well, I had
that's when
quad
the speech
jacks too,
usually
but I
comes.
didn't play 'em. It's like, you didn't have quad jacks, dude.
12?
Exactly.
Roke raising.
First hand could have quad.
Lawrence calling. Hellmuth 3-betting
Full
here.
range.
And Hellmuth will pick his spots. I mean, I think he just reads the same thing that I saw earlier on. Roke being a little bit more active. Pulled off that audacious bluff earlier. Not sure if the table knows, but maybe they do at this point. Maybe they know that it was a bluff.
Hellmuth here, little zoom mode, makes it 12,000 with king 7 off.
1200, so you got
And Rock with queen jack of diamonds, opportunistic to say the least. Hellmuth not known for the frequent splashiness, has been showing down hands so far, but now flopping a 7 and out in front versus Rock.
Yeah, he'll pick his spots though. I mean, you know, he's obviously on the more careful side, and he is all about survival. But you know, you don't win as many bracelets as he has won, and you don't have as much success on the felt
Hey, good job, man.
if you're not aggressive occasionally. And he
Right.
certainly can pick his spots well, and he does right there.
Funny, by the way, how Garza is asking for Phil to throw in one of his, I guess, trademark lines, or maybe a little bit of, I guess, poker brattishness. But the funny thing with Hellmuth is that all that stuff, it comes out organically when the moment arises. He doesn't perform. He doesn't just do it just to do it. It gets triggered in his brain, and then he will give you whatever the line is that's up on the top of his mind, which is what makes him so special. It's not fake. It's just, you know, it boils to the surface, and then he lets it go.
Yeah. When you say special, you mean like special.
Truly special.
Truly special.
One of a kind.
One of a kind. No, I have been, from people who are not in poker, I've been asked this question more often than not, more often than anything else, which is it fake? And I'm like, no, that's Phil.
Right.
That's absolutely 100% Phil. He has the emotional self-control of a 6-year-old. And I can respect that.
Which is why we love him.
I literally have 2 young boys who also have no self-control. Although the 12-year-old has more self-control than Phil, without a doubt.
All in?
Oh, and Lawrence on the button moves all in with ace-4.
This is a pretty big shove. I don't think Lawrence needs, I don't know if Lawrence realizes just how many big blinds he has. I think he looks at it and goes, I have 38,000 chips, I need to get chips. Dude, that's a 2 big blind shove with ace-4 offsuit.
Some players, and I know of one example from a person that I know, might just be uncomfortable playing hands, and they just want to get it over with.
Was king that time, Phil?
Hellmuth to the direct left. Don't want to get
cannot
outplayed
comment.
on TV.
No, I get it. I
have
mean,
to
listen,
either
early
turn
in my poker
3-4.
career, playing flops was scary.
Yeah.
Could have been
You
expensive.
just wanted to get it all in. That's just a pretty big shove. I think the World Series poker is such a weird animal in that sense that
Small in.
people sometimes don't realize that you have more chips than you think. The blinds are not that high.
you.
Right.
30 big blinds is a lot. Corfel, though, does not have a lot of big blinds. Does go all in. Lawrence not going to call.
Okay, before I
Hellmuth
command, I
won't
want to
call.
say Pathwater, Pathwater, Pathwater. And I want to say this as I fold. Now's your chance to say hello to your daughter.
Noel, I love you, miss you.
Well, after he acts on his
Oh.
hand, then you say it.
I love you.
Now you have the mic.
Or
There you
Kyler
go.
Cohen, I love you. Stole it from him.
Noel, I love you.
Okay, you got the daughter in. I got to promote the Pathwater in.
Hey, Colleen, same goes for you. Huh?
You got to wait till it's your turn. You're in the big blind.
Oh.
So here's what you do.
I wonder if they'll have me
Things
forget
you
me one of
know when
those
you're at
bottles of
an
path water.
experienced guy at a
Yeah, yeah.
feature table.
Think I can
I'm
ask
trying to
him?
teach you. So
No,
when
I
you're big,
appreciate it.
Oh,
your big
he'd be more
blind
than
is
happy
hand,
to.
so when
Yeah?
it comes
Okay,
around to
I'll
you,
try
the
to do it.
cameras will be on you.
One of the coolest
And you can then
promotions
say
you've
hello to-
ever seen here at the World Series Poker, and there are a lot of promotions,
Right.
as we know. Many of them from Carry Cats and PokerGo. But one of the coolest ones was won by Steve
When I
Clark.
looked on a break, they're using a still
And
camera.
he is here at the World Series of Poker. Natalie Bodie on the floor right now with Steve Clark.
You guys are all going to eat dinner in an hour or whatever.
Here with Jason Clark, who won the main event Seat for Life promo, 3 decades of a seat in the main. Where were you when you found out?
I was at home and I had a phone call that I missed, and then I received a text message right after and gave Jack a call back and found out the good news.
Were you in disbelief at any point?
No, not really, no.
3 decades of the main?
Oh, I was in disbelief that I won, but not in disbelief that I was being pranked on the phone call.
Okay, so you believed it when you heard it, and then what has the experience been like? How would you describe it to those at home?
It's amazing, the best tournament in the world, and get to come here every year and play it for free. Great opportunity, and see what I can make of it.
Pretty surreal. We're going to send you back so you don't miss hand. Thank you so much for the time, Jason. Guys.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Jason Clark. My apologies.
Main event for life, man. That's unbelievable. I cannot even wrap my head around how cool that is.
All in.
That's so super cool. I mean, it's like, cool. I mean,
That'll get you eating salads.
you just play, right. You're just like, okay, well, how many years do I have left? And do I play different style each year?
I think I started with about.
I mean,
21,
the advantage of it, of having the main event for life is, I mean, you can also, like, you need a little bit of cash. You can sell a little bit.
Yeah, true. Paddock here, jamming 5s. And Isla with jacks contemplating. Hasn't called yet. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, that is, it was not hyperbole when I said one of the coolest promotions I've ever seen, winning a main event seat for life. And he's a relatively young man.
That's going to be quite a story when he ultimately makes a deep run and he gets to talk about the fact that he's been on his 19th try.
Right. This is my 39th main event. I think this is a relatively trivial call, to be honest with you. Isla, obviously it's the main event, and I get it, but this is, what, 17 bigs, and you've already raised? Wow, that's too tight.
Jacks in the muck here, I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I try not to be too critical. Obviously, we get all types here. I just think
It's a good fold.
the whole survival versus chip accumulation thing.
I'll bet you it's a good fold.
These are the spots
I'll bet
that
you
you're
it's a
just,
good fold.
it's not even for your tournament
We'll see it
life.
later. See it later.
You already had 4,600 in there. It was only another, what,
Better than him.
16,000.
Oh, yeah.
That's all. That's my range. Better than him.
Yeah.
I mean, you got jacks.
The chat is having an opinion on this too.
Okay, I mean, by the way, it's not even as if, like, it's one thing when you've got,
no deuce,
like,
3, 4, 5 in his hand.
eights in
I
that
promise.
spot, you're
Neither
thinking, well,
card
maybe
was
it'll
a-
be a flip, right? And you don't want to flip
maybe
for that many
the other,
chips.
you know,
But in that
below.
spot, it's no, you've got your opponent dominated a lot.
It's done.
Sometimes you're going to be up against ace, king, or ace, queen. Occasionally they'll have queens, and you'll be really in bad shape. But they're going to have 10s, 9s, 8s. I mean, it's Mad Dog, by the way. That's just too tight. Oh no.
Yeah, that's pretty
Oh
icy.
no, Mr. Lawrence, our fish. He's not a fish. I mean, fisherman. He's got a fisherman hat. I mean, a fisherman shirt.
All in for 39.3.
Lawrence all in with ace king, and he is in a lot of trouble.
Good luck, all in.
This would be quite the run out.
How about just a sweat? Okay.
There's one.
Okay, we've got a sweat. He's got running diamonds or a king.
Backdoor diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even notice the backdoor diamond.
A diamond, right? That's all we're looking for. Not a diamond. Okay, so we're looking for a king. King of hearts, king of clubs, both available.
It's close.
81,000 chips in the pot.
New Jersey doesn't look too worried.
It is not a king, it's the 10 of diamonds. And unfortunately, our man, Lawrence, is out.
Now you can't beat kings, queens, jacks, or 10s, or even ace queen.
Friendly handshake on his way out the door. Gotta respect that.
Yeah, and just the hand that's going to play itself. I mean, you've got about 30 big blinds, maybe a little bit more, not much though. You've got ace king, the guy's got aces. The chips are going to go in, and they certainly should. Just a setup hand and nothing you could do about it. Still trying to wrap my head around
choice.
folding jacks.
No choice.
Wait, am I doing it wrong? I don't feel like
No choice. All right. For sure.
Just
Still would
tuning in
agree
for the
with
first
me
time,
that one. No
Hellmuth
choice
on
at all.
table 2, and then Negreanu here on table 1. We got the 2 stars of the game of poker taking center stage. Thank you all so much for watching. We got our next Play PokerGo free roll kicking off in just 4 minutes. Come join me on playpokergo.com. Let's have some fun with this. Play for free, play from anywhere in the world. 38,000 people watching. We should be able to get at least 1,000 people in the free roll. Let's go. Also, if you're enjoying the coverage on YouTube, please smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. We're about to pass our biggest number of likes yet, so that should be great.
That's good, because like I said, my self-esteem needs it. You guys saw Mad Dog there, by the way? You see him? There he is. Would you fold jacks to that guy? Come on, are you kidding me?
You're still on the jacks, huh?
Hat on backwards. He's got fighting hot dogs on his shirt. I mean, listen, it's not like we're staring at Dan Harrington here, right? I mean,
Negreanu, by the way, has had some swings if you're tuning in late. Started with 150, went down below 100, now back up to 130. Still 108 big blinds, so cruising along.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but he started to get a little bit hot when he walked out of the booth for a minute.
Oh, he was like a little agitated?
No, I mean, he started
running hot.
He won like 3 hands in a row.
Oh, gotcha.
What is it, 9 days?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
What is the consensus in the chat on the jacks?
Like without breaks.
Oh, everyone in the chat would have called with jacks, I think.
I'm like I said, I'm not married to jacks. I just feel like
I mean,
it's
you
like
can figure it
you've
out.
already
What
opened.
level do we end
It
at?
was like a
usually? I
17
forget.
big blind shove. I mean,
It's actually
level's
like
2 hours?
It's actually like 12-hour days.
12 hours.
You play for 10. Yeah.
and in that situation, it was just like a fair catch. Just put your arm in the air and catch the punt.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of poker. It's a grind.
Thank you.
It'll be funny. See, I always love that kind of butterfly effect. So, Mad Dog is still in. Now watch Mad Dog double up, triple up, make a deep run. And nobody even knows or even thinks about that back on day 2, he could have very easily been out, but somebody didn't make a call.
Honestly.
So weird like that to me.
It's the beauty of the game of poker.
Got a couple of playable hands here. King, Queen versus Ace 10. Elliot playing it so careful. Just limping. Poulet. Just raising, and it's a small raise, by the way.
That was a long time ago.
Isla in the big blind.
14 hours
King
ago
10
or so.
suited.
WSOP at $10,000 to price. 25 on it. So it was 25.50 to start.
Gonna make the call. Elliot. Gonna flick in calling chips as well. Yeah, no limp re-raise from him. And we'll see it 3 ways. 9,300 in the pot.
How you doing?
Last call for the free roll. 1 minute until it starts. Biggest one yet. Almost 700 players in the free roll. I think people are trying to see if they can outdo me. 39 plays. That's what I got in the last one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can do it. I don't think anybody is going to beat Remco. Well, I just don't believe it's possible.
I mean, I've played every hour for the last 4 days. That was the first time I got close to the final table.
This is a straight for 2 players, and not a particularly exciting flop, as I don't expect Elliott to put any chips in there. So we'll get some chips in there, and then they'll just go back to the players who put them in. Remco, David Zuckman calling the action, Natalie Bodie on the floor. Thank you all for spending your Sunday with us, wherever you might be in the world, whether it's Luxembourg, Australia,
I'm not even in the hand.
Canada, who knows, wherever you might be.
Okay, well, there's plenty of time, you know. This thing takes 10 days. No rush. Yeah, thank you.
Looking at a chop here.
Yes.
Okay. A lot of people say that. Let's see if we make it happen.
Negreanu, by the way, talking to the rail about his chip position. People always get worried about that. Board pair, can we see any trickery, perhaps?
I'd be very surprised. I imagine this just goes, you know, bet call or check bet call.
1998.
Eyes was going to go. It's a pretty easy just call here for Poulet. I mean, there's really not much to. You raise here, you're getting called by, you know, your opponent could have Jack 10. I don't think you're getting value from a 5 anymore, and he does just call.
King 10. 10.
Shove it up.
Take the 5. Take the 5.
So Isla right around starting stack. When he joined our table, he was on 60,000. Haven't got confirmation either way whether he was a day 2 register or not, but there he was. And you know what I'm going to have to plug in? I want to plug in Jacks. GTO Wizard has got everything. Listen, bet sizes, situations, no matter what you need to do, you go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. You can save 10%, by the way, and you can check out all of these situations and see what, what the solver would do, so to speak. Was that GTO Wizard approved?
You almost bust.
2025.
Somebody
Proudly sponsored by GTO Wizard.
Yeah, and we told him no.
Yeah, his chips already.
All right, chat, let us know who you're rooting for in the main. Do you have any friends or family in the tournament, perhaps just a star player that you're trying to follow? We're trying to keep an eye on as many players as we can, of course, dealing with thousands as we speak, which is a little hard to keep track of. I see some Rigby love in the chat. We'll check in on him later on.
Yeah, if you want Remco and I to root for you, if you're playing in Day 2D, just let us know. You can buy my cheers for just 0.5%.
Oh wow!
Of your total win. That's it. 0.5% free roll. I will cheer for you.
Walk a little bit. Just now, if I was sitting like you, I'd probably sit there and just take a nap. But I'm grinding pretty hard, so I gotta.
So 1% to the booth, right?
How good are those?
Get my thoughts together.
It's a fun sweat, indeed.
I will listen. You make the final table. Actually, if you make the final 27, I'll even stand on the sideline. I'll make you posters. I'll bring my Brazilian girlfriend. It'll be great.
A few names in the chat
I got low.
that are standing out as
depends on which
we
tournament.
go back to Hellmuth's table. Leo Marquette's.
One of them I got really low and came
fans,
back and
Negreanu, Alex Livingston. Chad Holloway, the man from Poker News. Played on the feature for a bit. He's got some love.
He's got some chips, too. He's a bracelet winner back in 2013.
All right, in an hour and a half.
Jeff Hoggart, Cody
pot.
Stanford. Alan Keating, Mike the Grinder Mizraki. Okay, we got some names. Still lots of Cabral love. Brad Owen, Mike Mattisau, David Williams, and Ite, Seidel. Greg Himmelbrand. Yeah, let's go. Shout him out. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Speaking of Rigby, by the way.
I will.
Yes.
I
Guess how
will
many
ask
chips he
somebody
has?
to break what you have.
I think it's either 0
I'm
or
a string.
500K.
Yeah, you're pretty good. Rigby has 461,000 chips.
Wow. I guess we're in for the third chapter.
Michael Mizrachi
like the king, queen
on
of diamonds, just going
380,000 chips.
Did not have the king, queen of diamonds.
That's what people do. They really try to give me the chips.
Eric Bunch,
The only hand I
who
give
I
up the
believe
lead
was
is
at our
10
featured
too,
table the
so
first
it's
day. The
kinda
gentleman with the big hat, the
little
Alan
rough.
Kessler fan, right? Bunch?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
He's on 361,000 chips.
You could have Jack 9 suited and just flopped a straight draw and hit a 9. Then why would you bet 12K with that? So
I'm getting closer.
If Rigby has that many chips, we're going to for sure check in with
wow,
him
if you had
later
Jack
tonight.
Queen offsuit, then it would
I do hope we get his table.
Yes.
I am. If I have a vote, and by the way, I do not.
Me neither.
I am voting for Rigby. There's no question
I
about it.
need
Are you
you to
kidding
keep
me?
calling 3K with
460,000
10
chips.
suited.
You know he'll be putting on a show. The chip leader, and this is obviously a very fluid situation because it's changing every minute, and the wonderful reporters over at Poker News can only do so much to
And
stay
you
on
will,
top
it's
of it.
like a potato
But according to them,
chip,
Bin Wang
No way.
is on 580,000.
That guy
You
is
will
unbelievable.
until you lose a few. Until you get to like
580,000
when you get down to
chips.
50K, I think maybe you'll tighten
Midway
up.
through day 2.
Bin Wang, 9.4
But maybe
million
not.
in career
The
earnings.
guys that are really fast, they run it up, they run it down, they run it up, they run it down. The fast players generally don't make day 6,
Hellmuth with some
but a
advice
couple will.
for the players as Garza finds pocket kings.
And I don't think he's wrong. I mean, the players that go up, go down, go up, go down, eventually they just
To
go
be
down.
able to play fast
and
in
it's
this
over.
tournament,
If you put yourself enough at risk, you
that
are going
many
to be out.
days, need a
Big
lot
pot
of luck.
developing here, kings versus tens.
He's going to need top 2 against a nut flush draw on a pair a bunch of times, and have his hand hold up. But I like the Canadian. I got nothing against you. I like the action. You have my permission to keep gambling with me.
The inevitable Hellmuth
That's my
rock
life. Super tight,
clash
super tight, super tight, and then
will happen.
somebody
I
just gives me
promise.
like 100,000.
Maybe it's just going to be a really easy day for
It's
him.
kind of a nice life, yeah.
You gamble on that?
Garza's going to bet 12,000. Plezzies, who has taken
I'm an
over
ambassador.
Lawrence's seat,
I've been
seat number
gambling
9,
there, as well, but
has
you know, it's
10s.
only in 14 states.
And he is in the unenviable spot of not only having a good but
Canada.
not great hand, but also not knowing the players at the table. He just joined it.
Barely.
Doesn't know how JJ plays. Makes this call, 55,000 in the pot. 4 spades on the turn.
Are you saying if you're sharp, they don't take action?
You don't even have to be sharp. If you run up a couple wins, but yeah, if you're sharp, you got no chance.
3-betting out of the big blind is often quite polarizing. You know, players generally do it
I
with
also
their best
bet
hands
sports, but I don't do
and maybe a couple
particularly
of
well.
bluffs, but a lot of times it is
every
just
year
these
I do
huge hands. But it can be
NFL
ace-king too.
preseason totals,
Okay.
and I'll bet a lot of money, and I win 12 years in a row. I've won.
12 years in a row, no way.
But I'm not going to say it's easy, but there's always something on the board that doesn't make sense.
And what, are you looking at like lineup?
Detroit's line was 10.5 games won.
Oh, you mean okay?
last
But
year
you
was.
mean preseason like
Preseason totals. That's where I
like
bet
win
my big
totals,
money. So
win totals. I got it.
I'll bet 15, 20,000 a pop on that, and I just keep winning. So I had Detroit 10.5.
Yep.
And then I also had Baltimore.
Ooh.
But Baltimore was a little close, but I won.
What was it? 12.5 this year?
It was
Garza,
10.5 last
not
year.
going to slow down, so he bets small on the flop.
But
Now he bets
for a minute,
30
they looked like they might not get
in the
there.
55.
Detroit was always getting there.
Bowling started bowling 3, I think. At least 0-2, maybe 1-3. They had a tough start.
I don't.
I think when they got to 8 games,
I don't think he needed to
Baltimore
bet
lost a
this
couple
much.
games, too.
It also looks insanely strong with only 19K behind.
Yeah,
Well, they lost.
exactly.
They lost that first game. Where
It just
the-
gets a hand like this
with
to
the
fold.
catch and the guy didn't get his
I'm not
foot
sure if I'm
down.
not, and maybe a jack even folds too. In all fairness.
Bills in the playoffs because.
But Garza up to 105,000. He's healthy.
Dropped the wide open end zone. Yep.
Some close calls for the Ravens.
So I cannot. I don't. So right now,
There
my
he
only
is, Phil
play so far is
Hellmuth,
at Minnesota over
1989.
8 wins.
At the time, the youngest main event champion. That has
It's
been
not about-
eclipsed
it's
a few
about the
times now.
defense, to me.
The record was broken by?
Joe Cata. Well, no, broken
That
by
defense was
Eastgate.
great.
Correct.
And then
I don't know
since
the
broken
number.
by Cata. right?
After the World Series
Eastgate,
ends,
and
that's
then
when
the
we
very
kinda
next
dig
year
in
got
more.
broken again.
I choke out.
But I post my picks every year. Yeah, so they've written some articles about how I've actually
Speaking
gone
of Jokata,
12 out of 12 years.
He's going to be joining us in the booth later on tonight.
Love it. Jokata for some actual main event insights. The man who's been at the final table twice. Winner in 09, and then made the final table again in 21-ish.
Sounds about right. He's also 4-time bracelet winner. He might be one of the more impressive main event champions over the last 15, 20 years. We got a big hand brewing here. Look at this one.
Wow.
Hellmuth with ace queen, Jose Lester with kings, and Colin Ball, the bracelet winner, with queens. It's this is
14?
pretty crazy.
Raised to 14,000.
Wow, Hellmuth does 3-bet. Does that ever save Ball? I don't know.
It really could, depending on what Lesta does. But Ball could also think, my trap is now working, and I'm getting...
Well, Ball was the original raiser. Lesta is the one that trapped.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. And these players are all really deep. Oh, my. Look at this. A raise, a call, a 3-bet, a 4-bet, and Jose Lesta's got pocket kings. Think his blood is pumping right now?
I mean, this is such an insane spot because look at these stack sizes. No one is short here.
I'm giving you my inner.
Is Lesta supposed to just jam here? Is that the only real solution?
Okay, thanks, Ryan.
Do you want to call and let Hellmuth call and go 3-way to the flop? Like, what's the options here?
See what he's going to do. It looks like he is going to 5-bet. And I think if you're a Ball, you can fold, right? I mean, raise, call, 3-bet, 4-bet, back 5-bet after just flatting.
There's almost no way to look stronger.
111,000 in the pot. It's 24,000 the ball. We know there's only one queen left in the deck. He doesn't know that.
Oh, here we go.
He makes the call.
135 in the middle. That is more chips than almost every player at this table. And we're still just on the flop. And now it comes ace 5-7. And both players now scared of each other.
Yeah, I mean, you wondered what was going to happen if it was a 9-high flop. Did the chips just go in? Is Ball just kind of destined to double up Jose Lesta?
16,000.
And 16 into 135.
I think it's fine. He has the king of hearts in his hand. His opponent really shouldn't have any suited hands like hearts. The ace of hearts is out there. He has the king of hearts in his hand. He's just not going to have queen jack hearts here, right? So you're not really worried about the hearts. And you're way ahead, way behind situation. I don't mind it.
Hellmuth folded the ace, but of course, in no universe does he ever see the flop given this action.
If he just called, he would have seen the flop.
Yeah, that's
what
true.
What do you mean there's no universe? It went raise, call,
yes,
and then he raised. He's the one that made it 3-bet.
Check.
It checks through. Again, I think the hearts are actually pretty irrelevant in this particular spot. It's 5-bet pre. I think both these players should know the other one doesn't have a flush. Now, you're still worried about ace-king. Jose Lesta does have pocket kings, though, so it's unlikely. Yeah, they're going to check it down, and kings are good.
Kings.
This could have been much worse for Ball.
My instinct said don't re-raise ace queen. My instinct said don't re-raise, don't re-raise, don't re-raise. Fuck. I didn't trust it.
But the thing is, if Hellmuth doesn't re-raise, the
was
pot
like that New Jersey kid's
never
raising
gets
every
all
hand.
too big.
You have to re-raise.
No, just
Never
a
go against
whatever
your
pot.
instincts
Right.
still.
Instead, though,
flop them both.
Jose Lesta now up to 242,000 chips.
Still gonna fold. Call. 3-bet, 4-bet, you're out. Come on.
No, he raised, he called, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Phil opened it back up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying if he calls, he's gonna 3-bet, he's gonna 4-bet.
He originally.
How can he 3-bet? He's the original raiser.
Because Phil opened it up and then Phil reopened it. Phil would have ended the action. He would have closed the action if he would.
I didn't trust my instincts. I'm like, ace queen's
for
too
some
good.
reason, my bad, Phil. I thought he was in the blinds.
I love how Phil lost basically a few
And he's
crumbs in
been
this pot
gambling too,
and
so I'm
takes
like,
full
he's
control of the
playing really
narrative
fast. Unless he has
while
kings,
Ball
then he smooth
loses
calls.
a ton
Everything
of chips
else,
in the
raise,
hand.
re-raise, call.
Oh my God, that's right. Phil flat. Sorry, Phil.
Corfel all in.
God, my instincts
This
said
is
call,
all in
call,
for
just
6
call,
big
Phil,
blinds.
just
I think
call.
Sloan can probably
I
call
had it.
this if he wants to.
Instead of losing
got the
14,
chips to
I
spare.
won like 14.
He's going to be flipping a lot of the time, but
Gotta
sometimes
trust
he's
your
going to have an
instincts,
ace-6, pocket 5, something like that. He does make the call. Roque gets out of the way.
I'm sure.
All right, the queen
77.
looking for some help here.
Yeah. All of the members of the Royal Rebels Poker League are up cheering for a king.
Thank you.
The queen needs a king or a jack. There's a jack.
That wasn't a good one out of the
She's not out of the woods just yet.
Quick on the rail.
Sloan looks so chill. He's just like, yeah, whatever.
You can afford it.
Oh, yeah, this is kind of an irrelevant spot for me. And listen, you're going to lose some flips. These are the flips you want to lose.
Good hand now.
Corfel, take a seat back down.
Wasn't 10-9, Ryan.
Mario AC in the chat on YouTube again, dropping the 50 PokerGo memberships.
Wow.
Man, this guy's on a roll. Thank you so
No,
much.
no, no.
Appreciate the love. For
We
all those
were
watching
cheering
right
over here
now,
while they stopped,
our
so no
biggest
way.
stream of the summer so far. Thank you all for being a part of it. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. We're posting daily highlights, we're posting shorts, we're posting podcasts, all that good stuff. And we also have multiple membership tiers available, including the High Rollers, which gives you full streaming to all our WSOP coverage.
I love it. If you want to be your own high roller, head over to Europe. Europe's richest poker tour. It's the PokerStars EPT. They are going to be in Barcelona in August, Malta in October, and Prague in December. Just 3 absolutely fantastic cities. Highly recommend. If you have never been there, it is a great excuse to see the world, play some poker.
Back to Negreanu's table for the fans eagerly awaiting their favorite
Usually
player.
takes like 1 blind, half an hour.
One round?
Yeah, but now it's less. 10 minutes ahead. Usually 4 times.
Depends.
I have a funny question for the chat, because I
Depends on
know
the
that during
table.
the main event,
Some tables,
a lot of
are
people tune
super
in
crazy. They
that
play
don't watch
6 hands
poker
an
all
hour.
that much throughout the year. I want to know from the people in the chat, how many
Maybe
days of the
straight
year
up, straight up.
do you play poker? Whether it's a
Come
home
on.
game, online, or live.
Aces.
Give me a number. How many days of the
Give me
year do you
aces
play
now.
poker? Tuck, I'll start with you.
What if he gives you queens?
Queens again?
Would you be
Wow.
happy? Would you be happy?
Queen's gonna be bad. Only 1 out.
Tuck is thinking, by the way. He has a thinking face on.
I will go with
somebody call me
68
with
days a
ace
year.
jack or
Wow,
something
that's
like
pretty
that.
significant.
Is it?
I like that. That's good.
I would say, yeah.
Mostly live, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's exclusively live.
Okay. I mean, there's lots of ways to play online.
There are, but I'm in LA and it's just easier. I've got the casinos right there. Yeah, I would say when I'm in town,
right,
and when family and work allows, I try to play like a couple days a week,
right?
You know, for a few hours. You know, sometimes I'm only playing like, you know, I might do some commentary and I might jump in I might jump in a cash game for 2 hours afterwards. But I would say, yeah, probably somewhere in the 60 days range, 65, 68. I still love that. I mean, listen, I genuinely love this game. I think it's a brilliant game. I love the question when people ask me, they're like, Tuckman, would you teach your kids how to play poker? I'm like, why not? It's a great game. I mean, people, unfortunately, they equate that with, like, you're teaching your kid how to be a degenerate gambler. No. There are so many amazing aspects of poker. Life skills that you learn, friends, that you make,
I was just big
social
one.
skills, all these things. Why would you not?
I love that the chat is responding to this question. So, like, such a wide variety of answers. Really great to see. Seeing quite a few zeros also.
What?
And then we have Christy, our moderator, who says pretty much every day of the year. Love it.
When we leave this table, is this still going to be the table?
Yes.
Just on a different.
You come back to your own table.
Red 648.
You go back to the original one.
You know where red 648 is?
Over there.
In the next remote.
Yeah, next room. And you also go back to the original one.
I thought it was 486.
486. What did I say?
648.
How many days a year do you play?
486.
Honestly, it used to be probably 20 to 30.
Forget about the 35. Forget about the last 35 days.
I was going to say the last year. It's been very few and far between.
He's go to the.
See, if I lived in Vegas, I feel like I'd play a lot more. Like I feel like if poker was if online poker was legal,
right?
This is table 1, what?
California.
Yep.
And I could play on one of the sites there. I'd probably play like well over 100, because then it would just be like late night.
See, I don't do late nights.
No, but like late night, I might just like pop up a tournament. You know what I mean? Type thing. You know, like my family's falling asleep and I can't go to bed. So I'll play a little. You know, I'll play a small little tournament. I could see myself doing that. Like when I lived in London, I was playing a ton. And I used to play even more than that. I would say, 10, 12 years ago, I was probably playing, 135, 150 days a year. Now, like I said, with other things going on, I'm probably playing around 70, 65.
I went through a stretch at the start of this year with Donnie Peters where I did poker commentary on a PokerGo stream. I think I did 60 streams in 90 days. So I have my fix through all the commentary. But yeah, you know what my biggest problem is, Tuck? I love to play tournaments. I am not a cash game player. And nowadays with balancing home life, trying to stay fit, and having a full-time job, getting into a tournament and how much time it takes out of your day, it's tough, man. It's tough to like just commit to it, both mentally and physically, like being there, whether it's in person or online.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the hard thing. I mean, to be able to, when you sign up, forget about an event like this, which is obviously a whole completely different animal, but when you sign up for a tournament and you're like, okay, I guess if I want to go deep in this, it's 2-3 days, 10 or 12 hours a day. Can I do that?
Yep.
Pointer made 2 pair on the turn. He got a 21,000 chip pot. Rubinski, by the way, really pretty unlucky to lose this one. He had top pair with a flush draw on the flop. Pointer was drawing really thin, but does hit the offsuit 9 on the turn. And he looks like he will win this in all likelihood. Now just a question of can he get paid? And I think with 2 pair, he's going to want to go for a little bit of value, even though the ace came out. Blind on blind, you've got 2 pair. Just too big a hand to check back, I believe.
Just north of the lake.
You can still get in. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, really? Yeah, the first 2 levels.
No, he does knuckle.
2 pair.
And it's still, I think, one of the most amazing things about poker. These are things, by the way, if I'm sitting at a table, I know a lot of people love to look at like, oh, when did somebody bluff, right? I like to look at what hands my opponents are value betting and what hands my opponents are showing down. And if somebody is not value betting Jack 9, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna take that little piece of information, I'm gonna tuck it back in my head, and I'm gonna use it later on.
You had a Jack and a 9?
Okay, you didn't value bet there. Okay, and you can see Daniel, he's taking it in too, guaranteed.
Jack and a 9.
So later on, when his opponent does bet the river, he's gonna go, well, you didn't bet 2 pair. What might you have here?
The Hellmuth fans in the chat clamoring for more from their hero. He's on 138,000 chips.
All the spades, all the queens.
We're going back and forth, guys.
We won't miss a big pot.
Yeah, I promise you, if Hellmuth is in a pot, we're going to cut over. We have them both. Our producers are on it. Right now, you're just missing Hellmuth folding in all likelihood. And probably talking about himself.
I was going to say, talking about his billionaire friends.
path, water. Look at this, guys. But yeah, tournaments are, the commitment is real. And now that you're, now that you are a dad, it's hard, I think.
What do you say?
I feel like as a dad, online poker is the only way.
Thank you.
Cash games.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Cash is, you can, you just choose not. I mean, you can.
Just the call.
No, that's the call.
Aces for
That's what I
Fujisaka,
asked.
who has been very patient throughout the day.
He's gonna.
No, that's a raise. Yeah, I can see that.
Cash games are great because you can go,
He's English, not good.
Let's say, your wife and your baby fall asleep. You go to the casino for 3 hours, go play some cash, and then done. Go home.
You're not wrong. That is,
You know what I mean?
that is true. You're not wrong.
Real sick of folding.
You go play in the morning and then meet him at the park. Like, there's ways to do it.
Unfortunately, I know.
Oh, nice.
Fast forward.
Nice.
I love tournament poker, but I also love cash. I think they're both great.
I never check on the player I play with.
Pointer in the big
If I play with
blind.
Professional, I don't care. I never
With
check.
so many chips that his hands are itching to make plays, which I love. I respect that, but the Queen 6 is not the type of hand.
Just see my seat, and that's it.
Yeah, he certainly could have called it. I think he was worried that if he called, Elliott might have moved all in over the
But
top
you make me late.
on just 15,000 behind. Luckily
Sorry,
for
I beat your
Elliott, he
kings.
does not hit, and he can just check fold. He's only got 15,000 behind. Had he hit a 10
You
or an
want it all
ace,
back anyway.
have to imagine the chips would have gone in.
55? 35.
Oh, is Elliott gonna? Wow. I see a lot of recreational players make this mistake as well, where maybe it's GTO approved, solver approved to be calling with ace 10 in this spot, but when you've only got 15,000 to put 3,500 in there and just kind of hope to hit is tough. Elliott is drawing dead. And he is going to save his last 11,900. One of my favorite things about the World Series of Poker is how many different people come out here and play. I know it's a bucket list item for a lot of people in the world to play. And, for a lot of us, we remember our first time playing the World Series of Poker main event. Natalie Bodie is with a player doing just that.
Alongside Dana Howard, who's playing in her very first main event. What made you decide this is the year?
Well, I waited because I wanted to make sure I was good and ready. I've been a poker player for a lot of years. I've really focused the last year and a half on my game and kind of it. And this is the part of my journey where I was ready to be here in the main event. I'm in here 100% of myself, so I definitely waited till I was ready for the right moment. So yeah.
Very cool. And how does it compare to what your expectation of it would be?
It's everything I thought it would be. I was a little nervous day one, but honestly, once the first cards were in the air, I was just like, oh, never mind. I know what I'm doing. So, but it's definitely very exciting, and like I knew it would be, especially bagging up day one, being here day two. Right now, this level's a little rough on me, so, but I'm still in it, still in contention, and that's all that matters, so yeah.
Best of luck the rest of the way. Going to send you back so you don't miss a hand. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, your first time playing the main event, it is pretty special. And for Dana Howard, she's trying to spin up a stack there. Looks like she's right about starting stack as we see the sea of poker players who, for all of them, the dream is still alive. The dream of winning this event is still alive for all of those players.
My daughter was looking at schools.
The goal, bag and move on. Bag and move on, that's what they say. I remember, I think it was Doyle Brunson who said the day you get knocked out of the main event, the worst day of the year, right?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. He's not wrong if you're, a poker player through and through. By the way, I don't know why the chat's going crazy. I'm not sure what happened, but
what are they going crazy about?
I have no idea. Maybe something happened on the stream that made them go crazy.
We had some sound difficulties.
Oh, that must be it. That must be it.
We apologize for the sound difficulties. Natalie's actually, a lot of times we do record those interviews and then just slice them in. But we're actually going live to Natalie.
Love that.
So that's probably the sound difficulties. But our apologies, chat.
By the way, already breaking records here. Most likes on a video this summer. Please keep hitting that like button. Let's see if we can push for 10,000 likes on today's video. It's only day 2 ABC. I can only imagine what numbers we're pulling in a couple of days. Thank you for your fans.
I don't want to say anything, but I was talking to Maury and I was talking to Brent Hanks about this, and since Carrie's in a really good mood right now, they mentioned that if we get the 15,000 likes, I know it's
don't promise something you can't deliver on.
No, I'm saying they said if we get the 15,000 likes, we get to go to Hawaii.
You and I.
Well, and our families.
Oh, okay.
It'd be weird if it was just you and me.
It would be weird. Really
Honey,
weird.
I'm going to Hawaii. With who? Oh, my good friend Remco. We, because they're giving us the credit for it. We get to go to Hawaii.
Interesting.
Yeah, be like employees of the month type thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Get your photo in the office.
14
Yeah, exactly. I want the photo on the wall, and I'll be in Hawaii. It'll be great.
13-2 this time.
Ball raising, Hellmuth. 3-betting. Hellmuth is, so that's the third 3-bet we've seen him do. One with King 7, one with King 4, and one with Ace Queen. This one unlikely to work.
King 4, reminding me of a certain player named Lex Velhaus, who you all will probably know watching in the stream, who once 6-bet all-in shoved pre in EPT Dortmund with King 4. That hand then became known as the Lex.
Was that like 2011?
Yeah, you're close. Yeah, 9, 10, 11 in that range.
Right.
But Hellmuth here, way out of line, looking to apply that pressure with King 4. I wonder if we get a speech.
I think it's fine. I mean, like, think King 4. I mean, I think it's a hand that plays fine in the sense that you block kings, you block Ace King, and you can put some pressure, and your opponent's just going to fold a lot.
My turn now, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Hellmuth has
My
room to
turn now,
maneuver,
New
but
Jersey.
let me just point out here, Hellmuth had 187,000, now down to 120. So he has been sliding down.
Yeah. I thought you said that his 180,000 chips were like somebody else having 500,000.
I stand by that, but
yeah, every pro's learned not to 4-bet me. I busted them all. But you haven't learned.
Again?
I believe him. I believe he has aces. Why would he lie to Phil? We're gonna watch it.
I believe he did.
I mean,
Makes sense.
there's only one guy that I know that like really lies on stream, and it's this guy named Francisco.
Took the aces now.
And he'll lie,
Yeah.
even though people are gonna watch it. It's ridiculous.
Don't give me kings.
25? 2.5, 25.
That's true. Thank you.
Hope you win off them.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
All in.
Oh.
Just be careful because there's action right here. I don't want them.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's fine.
Play your hand first.
Yeah.
He went all in.
What we got? 20th? 20 something?
Yeah, a little over 20, 21, 22.
Kenyon with pocket aces all in for 20,500.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, you want the action.
I hope you looked at your hand
begging
first.
for the action, and just nobody's got anything to give you action.
Yep.
If you want action, by the way,
I want action.
Next free roll in 30 minutes.
Oh, is that what he showed?
I'm told already 200 people waiting in the next one. Breaking records left, right, and center. Over 800 players in the free roll that started
It's
half
free.
an hour ago.
So you can win something, you get to play poker for free, and you have a good time. There's no downside, right here?
And watching poker at the same time.
Right.
There you go.
Level
So yeah, if you're new to PokerGo,
Did anybody beat you last time?
I like missed.
no, the dealer did.
My
The dealer
brain,
just
like,
screwed me.
But I'm saying, nobody beat 39th,
last
right?
level.
39th
Oh,
is still the
that's not
best.
right.
I think 39th is the best
Yeah.
result.
I don't think anybody can do it.
That's the reason I asked for a count.
I thought you meant if someone outplayed me, which
Oh, there you go.
No, that's
No.
obvious. No, I mean, who's outplaying you?
but yeah, once more, if you're new to PokerGo,
Yeah, you can ask for a
play
count, but
PokerGo.com,
If you
sign
look
up,
at your hand, it's an
get yourself an
8-4
account,
offsuit, then
No, I knew
download
it
the
wasn't
app,
8-4, but
available
I
on
had
web,
not seen
iOS, and
it
Android,
first, but
and
I
come
thought-
play with us every hour on the half hour.
I thought it was like
Play
2700,
PokerGo.com.
1,200 blinds, so
Oh, gotcha.
I wasn't even going to look at it, to be honest with you. It would have scared me away.
Boris in the chat says, I'm so tilted not playing this tournament. Honestly, I commented on poker all year round. I don't have FOMO all that often because I commentate on crushers all the time. You know, the tables that include Mateos, Kornuth, Foxen, and Ivy and those guys. But the FOMO is real when I watch this tournament. All I want is to be in it, and after 16 years of covering the main event, I still haven't done it.
You haven't played?
I've just done my job every year.
I feel like you need to play this.
I know, I do.
Like bucket list item, dude. You've got to play.
Of all the things in my life, it is the top of the list, bucket list.
Okay.
But you know what? That's the thing. I got to carve out so much time, and I really love this, what I'm doing here.
Now, but, I mean, the fact is, though, I mean, you keep in mind, you've got, like, day 1, then you get 3 days off.
Yeah.
You get a day 2, you get another day off. Right? And then, honestly, if you start making it day 3, day 4, you don't mind. You're like, okay, I'll carve out this time.
Yeah.
Like, I love the people that are like, I can't take 2 weeks off work. Trust me. If it takes 2 weeks, you'll be okay.
I know,
okay? Most people, like, you got to take 5 days off, okay?
Right.
Like, chill with the 10 days off thing. Hellmuth in there with 4 high.
20,000.
Keep forgetting.
That's 20,000. I actually like
Hellmuth just got
it 'cause that makes me
20,000?
not be on my phone, you know.
Yeah, no, it does when I
Recapping the action here real quick.
Yeah, you're right. Hellmuth just does not step out of line at all. He's just going to conserve those chips.
Well, let me just run through this.
What is he doing
Lesta
here?
made it 2,600. Hellmuth called. Then Hellmuth at 4K on the flop after Lesta checked, and Lesta called. And now Hellmuth's firing at 20,000 into 16,000. So coming with the overbet on the turn.
With 4 high.
If someone's on the, for sure, put out your blinds. It's on you.
I love Phil, and I've told him this. I said, the older I get, the more I like you. He gets a lot of hate sometimes, but I don't get this play at all. What do you? He doesn't block anything. He doesn't have anything. It's just pure. I hope you don't have anything, and I'm just going to go for it.
2 to 3 times a week.
And it's probably going to work,
but it's a little bit bigger because all the side games. And
this feels a little desperate.
We got cheated. I think about 7 sessions. The guy with, what we figure is he had a pinhole camera.
And kind of unnecessary.
Him and one friend, they played
All right,
7
Chad,
sessions.
is somebody going to win this hand, or is he going to get owned?
I think he's going to win the hand. It's just too much. I mean, Lesta does not have a diamond in his hand. And the fear is that if Lesta calls this, is he going to face a 45,000 chip bet on the river?
What's the point?
And he does let it go. Like I said, it's a play that works, but we don't want to be results oriented all the time. And I just think it's
so one guy got mad at me.
I just don't really
Got mad at
understand
me on day one.
what we're doing there with 4 high.
One hand.
It's
and
crazy. That's crazy hand.
And I just, you know, he had his
I mean, you
little
cover a lot of the high
stuff, but he had like
you cover the chance corner that's in the Adrian Mateos. Are you seeing them do that play much?
No, and that's the thing. Covering high rollers most of the year is that there's you can always piece together the thought process to an extent, even if you yourself would not have come to this conclusion on the spot, which I think is one of the most fascinating things about high roller play. When you watch Mateos, this is for everyone at home. When you watch Mateos or Foxen or even Negreanu, when they make a move and you don't know why, try piecing it together. Why would that move be the right move? Because usually they are making the right decision.
Well, and even if the decision doesn't work out,
exactly.
Even if the decision actually blows up in their face and it makes them look stupid for that moment, you can look at it and go, okay, why did they make that decision, even if it didn't work? That one to me just felt like Hellmuth had lost the ace-queen hand. Hellmuth had lost the king-4 hand. Hellmuth was getting frustrated because he lost 60,000 chips from his peak, and he was ready to make a stand.
No, I was just, at this time I didn't know.
And look at here, Hellmuth raising the 10-6 offsuit.
I mean, he's clearly steaming.
I don't know why. He's got 126,000 chips.
And then they kind of disappeared in the commerce.
Me versus Luxembourg.
They crushed those games before they hit my game. So randomly, luckily, I took a picture of one of them, and they're like, jump on the phone.
He's got himself involved in a hand here because Hellmuth's got a pair of 6s. Sloan's got a flush draw, and he makes it right away. Look at this.
They checked footage.
Sloan with the nuts. It's not technically the nuts. I know, folks. I know 5-8 of diamonds is the nuts. Those of you in the chat can be like, Darkbrand, there's a straight flush out there. You don't know anything.
They're probably somewhere in the mid-America.
3-5 also.
Sure.
Check.
So crazy.
The man that owns Newton. Newton, Ohio.
8,000.
There's the bet. Hellmuth calls.
Wow.
Luxembourg is not known to be a liar.
Hellmuth is just.
I think I don't want to stop, but the meltdown that JJ wanted earlier.
Yeah.
It might just.
It might be coming.
It might be coming.
Yeah.
I can sense it.
That's what it felt like. I was like,
and he really has nobody to blame but himself. I mean, nothing has gone like. It's not like he got a bad beat.
He's been forcing the issue way too much.
Yeah, he's like a quarterback that's kind of like forcing the throws into triple coverage.
Right.
Like just take what the defense is giving you, kiddo. I mean, he's not even at a particularly tough table.
No, and you know the contrast with Negreanu could not be any bigger, because people might watch this and say, "Wow, Negreanu is so boring. He's not doing anything." That is literally the whole point. The whole point of the main event is to survive and advance. And Negreanu and Hellmuth's contrasting styles could not be more obvious here as we're covering both those tables. Because if we're just looking at stats here for a second, Negreanu, of course, is down some chips, but he is playing pretty conservatively. He's gotten into a few spots where, you know, best against second best, which is unfortunate. But Hellmuth has not had those spots. He's been trying to force things, and that is just something that is backfiring in a major way right now.
Yeah, Negreanu just also, from a level emotional standpoint, he just seems very calm. And, and Hellmuth seems anything but that at this point. These players are going on dinner break in 21 minutes.
Oh, that might be Hellmuth's saving grace.
It might be, seriously. He's playing this 9-handed table as if it was like 5-handed. You know, like when you play 9-handed and you play hands like King 4, your opponents are just going to wake up with big hands a lot.
Good to know for the people at home. Players are taking a dinner break in 21 minutes. Action will resume at 9 p.m. Vegas time. Cannot confirm or deny the feature table choice, so don't hold me to that, but there's going to be 4 more hours of poker on display.
And as much as we'd love to have Remco here, he does have a newborn at home, so we're going to send Remco home. It will not be the last time you hear his voice, obviously.
Back tomorrow.
He is back tomorrow, so we're going to let him rest, but it is the last time you'll hear my voice, as I'll do 4 hours tonight, and then I am done for the series, unfortunately. Very sad, but I'll be gone. But Joe Cata will be here. There's a former champion, actually 2-time champion. It is Johnny Effin Chan.
The master.
Also won the big blind.
Johnny Chan. We don't see him that much during the WSOP, but always comes out for the main event, and of course had that back-to-back run.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously already just a legend in poker, but he was immortalized in rounders.
Oh yeah.
And will always be. Corfel all in. Roke's going to make the call. Corfel once again all in. The queen looking for help. Again, she has overs against a smaller pair.
And when they do,
Royal Rebels unite. We're cheering for hearts, an ace or a 10. There's the ace.
She's lucky.
We don't want any more diamonds if you're a Corfel fan.
That's not the card.
Always a sweat. Any diamonds, any 8.
Card you want. Now she's got what? She got like
a queen trying to survive.
11.
Yeah, we're just sweat together.
He does. That's
All
fine.
right, but wait.
We're gonna be here for a while.
2 8 9 9.
The 6 of clubs. And the queen, take a seat. She's back up to 27,000 chips. What odds would you give me that the queen lasts longer in this tournament than Phil
today,
Hellmuth?
except for Phil.
Wow. Well, I can guarantee that whenever the queen gets her money in, it's going to be getting it in good.
That white magic.
She'll be waiting for that big hand that's at least reasonable to shove with. It's not going to be the 10-6, let me tell you that.
Elliott is all in, and he will get called. Whether it's by one player or 2
47,
players, we'll see how that plays out. But the razor pointer, the all in, Elliott's got the snowmen. Harry Elliott has finally found the hand he is going to go with for just about 6 big blinds, not even. Pointer calls, Rubinski calls.
No, they both gone
all in.
And it looks like the players are
the older guys all in.
Some of them getting up. I don't think it's dinner break yet. Chicago Cubs fan is in our way. Oh, there's an 8. Harry Elliott hits the 8 and is now a huge favorite to triple up. Uh-oh. We got some outs, though. Rubinski, Pointer with the straight draws. Elliott with the set. Dry side pot that Rubinski is betting into. Don't quite know why. You don't normally see players bet into a dry side pot unless they have something or they think their hand actually has showdown value against the all-in player. Very unlikely for ace high to be good in this spot, especially ace jack. But it's a big bet. This is 19,000. And Pointer makes the call, so we now suddenly have a big side pot.
I didn't want him to get mixed in with that pot.
38,000 in the side, the rest in the middle. And the river's a 9 of clubs, so it is a club. Rubinski has the ace of clubs. Pointer with the nut straight. Elliott, despite hitting the set, flopping the set, will be out. Oh my.
Oh, wow.
Rubinski goes 80K.
How much? 80?
The two biggest stacks at the table clashing just like we predicted.
Oh my. This kind of innocuous pot. I mean, Elliott moving all in, Pointer and Rubinski just calling. Didn't look like much was going to happen. Figured we'd just see a river. But instead, Rubinski starts to bluff at it, hits the club, and he has the ace of clubs. Pointer has made the straight.
I mean, do you sort of like the bluff with the ace of clubs?
I mean, I guess if you're going to start it, I mean, keep in mind, he actually has the jack. He has straight.
Fair enough, of course. Yeah.
He's got the straight, so I don't think it's a bluff for him. I don't think he actually thinks he's bluffing, but it might work. It's one of those things where he's value betting with ace jack.
But that's the thing. The reason why my thoughts went in the opposite direction is because
you saw the ace of clubs.
No, but also why would you value bet like this with this sizing, given this exact scenario where you have a player all in on the side?
Well, it's a really weird spot, I think, because you jump to the ace of clubs and you think, okay, bluff, but it's not a bluff because he's got the jack. So, but it's such a large sizing, so he's like, okay, what are you trying to get called by? Like, it's just this bizarre play where Rubinski is value betting, but it might work as a bluff, right?
This hand is fascinating. Rubinski and Elliott have been, or excuse me, Rubinski and Pointer have been going at it for a while now, but Rubinski just going for the massive overbet.
Well, because the sizing on the river is weird because you go, I mean, you've got Pointer thinking about it with king jack. So how are you getting value from worse if you're just betting the, like, you know what I mean? If he's value betting ace jack here, how is he getting value from worse? He's obviously got a guy with king jack thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's a really strange sizing from Rubinski. Like, he's going to turn it over like he's got it, I think.
Wait.
Yeah, he's turning it over like he has it.
Call has been made.
Jack. Ace jack.
Pointer winning a monster pot up to 400,000. Elliott to the rail. And Rubinski down to 177. What a crazy hand.
Straight.
Yeah, I mean, this is, what a way to get knocked out, by the way. It's set over straight over straight.
Pleasure playing with y'all.
You too, buddy. Good luck next one.
Good game.
Nice playing with you.
See y'all later.
Daniel is sitting there watching this hand. I want to get his input because the bet on the river, the bet on the turn is kind of weird because there's a dry side pot.
Right.
The bet on the river, I just don't understand what we're trying to accomplish with it. You're literally only getting called by better hands. So are you bluffing? No, clearly not. You've got a straight.
It's definitely.
I just don't get it. I mean, that's a tough spot for Pointer. He almost folded, and I wouldn't have blamed him.
Right.
With the one across.
You are.
Yeah.
I thought you were representing the flush.
Do we have a rack?
That was crazy. What a spot there. John Pointer. What does the chat think about that one?
Oh, they're still going nuts. They're going absolutely nuts. Cannot believe what they just saw.
I mean, you and I both were focusing on the ace of clubs at first, and for a second you're like, wait, he's got the straight.
Yeah, because I was baffled by it because when you make a straight, your value bet sizing being that big just makes no sense.
Well, when there's a one-liner to a straight, right? It was 8, 9, 10, queen.
Right.
You know, so you're looking at it going, okay, well, you've got the jack. You know, maybe you make a larger sizing if you have king jack and you think your opponent's got a jack also. But when you only have the jack, you're trying to get called by, you're trying to get called by 2 pair. You're trying to get called by, a non-believing top pair, right? Maybe a queen. But with that sizing, it just kind of makes it impossible to get called by that. And what a spot for John Pointer, who's now on 400,000 chips.
Raise 24.
Look at Negreanu's got the pathwater too.
Well, I'm sure Hellmuth has given him a nice supply.
I'm gonna go out there and get myself one. That's something that you love about the World Series of Poker main event. You have so many different types playing this that we get so many situations and so many hands that just are absolutely crazy.
I mean, the beauty of the main event, we're going to have a whole
What was that?
A whole other week of that.
No, literally,
Yeah, I'll take the black. Yeah, but he would.
I'll take your black chip.
By the way,
I know.
if he didn't have the straight and only had the ace of clubs,
1,000? Right.
that was an awesome bluff.
That's what yes, that would have been a much different type of commentary.
15.
Like what an amazing bluff that would have been.
15?
Yes.
Yeah.
Throw him.
I'm not gonna play with you.
And John Pointer now gets to go to dinner with 400,000 chips. Just like this dinner is going to taste so good to him.
330 big blinds. Day 2 of the main. No
He
big
has
deal.
an above average stack for when they cash.
Yeah, that's wild.
Raise 3,000.
Once again, if you're enjoying the coverage, please smash that like button. Subscribe to the
Kenyon
channel.
all in. Sloan makes the call. The stone cold killer from Newton, Ohio.
We won't just put it in after? No? Okay. Huh?
Can't stop
Okay.
Sloan. You can only hope to contain him. 67,000 in the pot. Kenyon finally found the hand he wanted to go with, and he is in trouble. He needs hearts
Ace
or
of
an
diamonds.
ace.
Favorite card.
Well, hit an ace, you're back in it.
Good idea. Staying positive for the Hellmuth, positivity.
True story. If you hit an ace, you're right back in it. It'll be above starting stack, in fact. That is not an ace. Does have some backdoor stuff working for him. 10 of hearts would make things interesting. King, not so much. He does have a straight draw, though. Neither player with a club in their hand. Needs a 10 on the river. 4 outs for Kenyon. Just do it.
Oh.
Just didn't do it. 9 on the river, and Kenyon is out. Just before dinner.
Tough sledding for him, man. He's really waited for a spot. Had a few close calls there. Ultimately running into kings as Sloan continues to chip up.
Yeah, Sloan on 225,000.
Come on,
Hellmuth down to 108,000. I still can't wrap my head around that last hand. There have been some hands today where it's just like, what is going on?
I can't stop.
Yeah, I grew up in Whittier.
Looks like I'm tilting.
Did you really?
This is where I can get a
You know
double.
that town?
Oh, I lived in Whittier. I went to Whittier College.
Can't slow down the action.
That's where I was gonna go. These are got to be yours, I'm sure.
You hear
Everybody's
Hellmuth?
tired and hungry.
Looks like I'm tilting. This is where I get
Then
my
I went to
double.
Kelsey
Yeah,
LA
that's what he
instead.
said.
I'm hungry, not tired.
Did you grow up in Whittier?
No, you know what? I was transferred out there. I went to Indiana University. I was transferred out there from Chicago. You remember Bandini Mountain, like the fertilizer guys, those commercials? Probably not.
25.
Yeah, I worked for a fertilizer company.
Klezis from Latvia raising. And wait, Hellmuth just flopped quads.
Yeah, I plan
against the nut flush draw.
On selling my house and moving back to Whittier.
Do you see this? This is real?
That's absurd. He just talked about how it was his time to double up now that he's tilted.
My boss.
Klezis, though, on the short stack.
And he had just.
Yeah, this is
He
just a
announced it
nightmare.
at 9 minutes.
During the Summer Olympics, so it was 80.
You want to buy them? No.
Okay.
You got more than me.
Clezzy's
Yeah.
thinks he's drawing live. He has
My
no
parents have
idea that he's drawing
probably
dead.
about $1 million around there.
But I have to make change.
And they bought it in
He checks.
Did you say you got the most?
I want to say
wild
99.
card?
1999, 1998.
Yeah.
I want to say 265.
It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Worth about $1 million.
That actually seems cheap to me.
Yeah.
Oh, Hellmuth checks it back.
Two.
Oh, my.
Oh, the club comes in on the river.
I actually feel
On the
bad for
fault
this
line.
guy. I mean, that's just a brutal. That's brutal.
So I don't think people care now, but at that time, people still. Some of the homes you had to get like really inspected before you buy, or
Clezzy's
right,
checks,
because
trying to
they
set
will
the
have
trap.
those cracks in the house.
Hellmuth is going to bet. Clezzy's is going to go all in. This is gross.
5,000.
And there used to be a place called Maggie's Pub. 5,000.
Still there.
Seriously.
Still there. I mean, to my knowledge, at least before COVID, it was still there. I have no
Clezzy's
clue.
is never not moving all in.
That
Right?
is wild.
I mean, with the hands Hellmuth has shown down,
It went check on the turn.
how can you not?
Yeah, there's the all in.
I call that quads.
I
Oh,
got
shit,
quads.
Whoa.
Unreal.
Very
What a way
nice.
to go. And Hellmuth, of course, getting some chips back here after a very rocky level. But what a way to go out for Clezis, making the nut
You got
flush,
paid on that one.
running into quads.
Yeah, I got paid on that.
Those quads don't always pay. That's a nice one.
I smooth called to let all you guys.
Hellmuth flops quads and gets paid. It's not easy, by the way, to flop quads and get paid.
No.
It's hard. It's hard for your opponent to have anything, but unfortunately for Kelsey's, he did have something, had a really big something, and he is out. Just a few minutes before dinner, Fujisaka picks up kings. Zokowicz, the original Razor. By the way, nice fold there for Mad Dog. He had nines. Zokowicz going to stare at his player on the left. Fujisaka has been very tight. Rubinski, by the way, still by far our most active player at this table.
Yeah, and you know, it's the players like Rubinski who make these streams fun to watch, so we got to tip our cap to him. Trying to drive the action, and Pointer on the receiving end of a misstep there 2 hands ago. A little too ambitious with that bet on the river. But still, he's got 180K.
Yeah. I think one of the things when you're trying to figure out a value bet, and honestly, it threw both of us for a second because we're like, well, what is that? And we misread it for a moment. But I think when you're value betting in that spot, a lot of times recreational players they try to value bet the strength of their own hand, as opposed to trying to figure out, okay, what am I trying to get called by? Like, I've got the straight. Yes, I've got a very strong hand, but what am I trying to get called by?
Nice check.
And
You're gonna come for one
you need
hand,
to
maybe.
size it based on that, as
Yep,
opposed
one
to
hand.
your hand.
I was gonna.
I was like, don't do it. I was like, don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. I'm snapping.
I was gonna shove with nines, and I'm like,
That was a very
I was
good
like
fold.
so glad I decided
Elliot is
not to.
out.
Very good fold. I should have flatted, but if I
Got a
knew
new
that
player
nine
in
behind me,
there
I should have
wearing
flatted.
the I'd hit that shirt.
I don't.
And bringing a lot of
I
chips to the
just
table,
I
too.
don't like go
Yeah.
out with nines right now.
Well over
It's a good
200,000.
hand, man. I'm glad I folded. Holy shit. Oof, that would have sucked.
Did they tell you where we're going after this?
Looks like
I was
we're
like, don't do it. I
gonna
don't
get
want to do
them
this
for
to you. It's like I'm snapping.
a few hands though.
I felt it. I felt
It'll be in your app.
My way.
I was like, I'm snapping this shit. It was like, if you go, he's doing something, and then I'm snapping.
Hilliard
Or shove it.
in the big blind with
All right, time
260,000.
to pack up. Time to de-mic.
Yeah, just once again a reminder here, 9 p.m. Pacific time, our night stream will take place. So dinner break for the players, dinner break for us, and I guess dinner break for you guys at home. By the way, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel on YouTube, and turn on those notifications so you know when we are next live. Also, in the free roll streets,
like that.
next one
Perfect.
starting in 3 minutes.
Should I take
Play
this?
PokerGO.com, get yourself in the free roll.
Leave the chips here.
I did not do better than my
Right.
previous best result. 39th is still my best, but either way.
I think it's still incredibly
That'll be
impressive.
bad.
39th is
Well, I can
hard.
fit mine in my pocket.
Play
you know what I mean?
PokerGo.com, get in the mix, play for
Don't
free,
do that.
play from
I'll see
anywhere in the
you guys
world.
kicked out.
Already 700 signed
you
up
gotta
here
take
for the free roll that's starting in 2 minutes.
I'm loving it. Pointer on the button with ace king. Hilliard in the big blind.
3,000?
going to get involved in the two bigger stacks battling here. And Hilliard has outflopped Pointer, was dominated, but now dominating him. It looks like this will be the last hand before dinner. So Hilliard will get a little bit of TV time.
Yep. A little glimpse.
Yeah, hey. Probably wants to win. I want to win one hand on the stream.
Well, with her stack, it wouldn't be surprising to see her back on the stream in the future.
Yeah. Check, check. Oh, wow. I mean, she's going to get paid here because Pointer just made. Pointer hit as the king. Two pair is very good. Bad river for Pointer as it costs him an extra 8,000. And looks like we will head to dinner. Pointer, though, don't cry for him. He'll be okay. He's going to dinner with 379,000. Hilliard on nearly 275,000. As they and Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth all go to dinner.
Yeah, no worries.
Remco, I want to thank you for your service. For those of you who love Remco, and we all do, he'll be back here tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
3:30 p.m.
Correct.
3:30 p.m. You get more Remco.
Tristan Wade joining me.
Yeah, when we come back in an hour and a half, it'll be the last two levels of the night, so 4 more hours of day 2 action. The blinds will be up, and former main event champion, 2-time final tableist, and 4-time bracelet winner Joe Cata will be alongside me. Take a final look at our featured table chip counts. Daniel Negreanu heads to dinner. Break with 100,000 chips. He's healthy, and we'll stay on top of that throughout the evening. We'll see you in 90 minutes. More poker coming.